into it. Hopefully, everyone had a good long weekend and is refreshed and ready to rock this wonderful Tuesday morning. So, we could see on the monthly here as we approach the end of the month, we do have one more day. Tomorrow is the end of the month. So, we could see we're still in this kind of one time framing up aspect, right? If you don't want to call it one time framing, you don't have to, because we did technically break the low of the previous month, but it's by such a small amount that I'm just considering it one time framing up. And we are above that previous high, which was that 4208 half, right? And so that's going to be kind of the key. Are we going to finish above that? Right, if we really draw the boundaries of the balance, right, you would draw, I would draw like the meat here, but you could use, the lower ends of the range as well. So um, staying above this high here would be considered bullish to me, and we would be looking for more upside, right? And the next upside range is going to be here, which is that 4327 half, right? That's kind of the next upside target on the monthly level. You could see here 4293 quarter. I have an alert. That's kind of where my target is. A little bit short of that 4327, but that's kind of where I'm looking for the market to go. So we'll kind of see how this plays out, right? A lot of news over the weekend that the debt ceiling has been solved. So we'll kind of see if that's the case, or if if it was just all talk, or how it passes through the Senate and the House, right? If they deny it, there's a lot of speculation there still. So um, not really getting too excited about it yet, and we'll kind of see how today plays out. Switching over to the weekly here, we can see to start the week, right, we have a little bit of a small day. Technically, yesterday was a holiday, but the day still traded. Something key to note here as well is last week, right? Even though it was for the most part an inside week, right? I mean, we did get a little bit lower, but we moved up higher on increased volume. So that's a good note at least. And then today we're kind of gapping up to start the week. For Monday, the market kind of gapped up, and that'll be kind of the key. So we'll be looking to see if we can stay above last week's close, which was 4213 quarter, right? That'll be a key level to watch as we're going into today. Switching over to the daily here, and you can see this is that holiday, but we had kind of this breakdown. We had a gap. Market closed the gap and put in basically kind of an indecision day. Well, the next day was a real decision day, and traded all the way back up to the high of this balance, right? We've been sitting in this balance for what felt like ages, and now we're back at the top of that balance. You can see here I have this SR, support resistance flip, 4201 quarter, right? That's the level that I've been kind of monitoring to see if the market's going to be able to hold above. You can kind of see even just this past week, we've had, the market close there again, and then we had the sell off right from that level. We came back down to the low of balance, put in another weak low, right? We've talked about these kind of weak lows, this low, this low, this low, and this low, all relatively close, right? 4114 here, 1175, 12 quarter, 1150, right? So all relatively within 2 or 3 points of each other. No supply down here, right? So the market must go higher to find the supply. And so we can kind of zoom out here a little bit, and we see this gap over here, a previous gap, and then we have a previous week level right here, which is about 4260. Um, we can see here on the 7-day volume profile, most of the volume has, basically kind of failed down here, right? You had kind of this look below and fail. We popped up out of this balance that we were in, traded back into it for a day. Buyers stepped up. You see good excess on the low. The market moves up higher the next day. Closes right about the middle, right? Pretty balanced profile. And then market moves higher the next day on a trend day. That was Friday. Um, fairly, fairly easy day to trade on Friday, just pretty much straight up. Um, we can see we have a pretty decent amount of single prints from 96 to 88. So those will be on watch if there is a break or liquidation lower. We have some weak points here from this K and M low, right? They're very mechanical. So we'll be watching those as the day progresses, and that's that 42.12 level. Then we have this little holiday, right? I'm kind of just ignoring it. You could even merge it if you wanted to and just put it in. There's a little bit of single prints here, but I'm just kind of gonna. That's why I don't have the settle on, because the settle is gonna be from this day. So um, and overnight, right? We can pretty much just consider that we're going to be opening up on a gap higher. We've got overnight inventory 100% net long. We've got the volume point of control shifting up here late in the session, still about 30 minutes until the market opens, so anything can really happen. Um, and we'll see, we'll spend some more time up here. Most likely, we'll probably get some selling here on the open. I assume that, there's going to be some taking advantage of retail traders, right? Typically, people always want to sell things that have gone up. And so that's kind of what I'm looking for early on here. Looking for them to sell down into this 40-30 level, right? And for buyers that are trapped from, or sellers that are trapped from the holiday and overnight, and then also from Friday, to start buying their positions back if we start to see a bid show up. So that 40-30 will be kind of the first look to find some buyers, and then to trade higher above that 38, which is that volume point of control, turn that into support. And then the next level up is going to be 60, which is off the screen there. If we do trade through this 40-30 level, or 42-30 level, we can kind of expect this 23 level to get tested, and we'll kind of see how that acts, right? I do expect some buyers to show up there. Remember, we'll still be on the gap, so really just be looking to buy that pullback there. Should we trade below that and start to establish here below that 42.20, which is basically our value area high, or a high from Friday, that will be kind of an interesting look, really, as I think we do still have a bunch of trapped inventory, and I think it's going to be tough for really sellers to get anything going, as I'm kind of assuming that there's a lot of inventory trapped with this big single print, big gap of single prints down below. So even if it's old business buying, sometimes that can spark a rally, and bigger money might just be hoping, or just letting them sell into them, and then waiting for that short covering to start. Short covering starts, and then they'll start piling on. I would like to see the market stay above that 42.21. That would really kind of keep the rally going. um, Another key thing also I'm thinking is um, there's a divergence here between the Dow, right? The Dow is actually trading below its holiday low, but it's trading basically in Friday's value area, whereas the ES and the NASDAQ both trading much higher. So a little bit of a divergence there that we definitely want to be paying attention to see if the Dow starts to rally. That will really kind of confirm the market wants to trade higher, right? Friday, you really had the all three of the main markets just trading to the upside, and it made it a little bit easier to track, or to kind of monitor, as the market traded higher. Um, Next thing we want to look at is economic report. Right, so today we've got consumer confidence here in about an hour, which is at 10 o'clock, so top of the hour. That should be a decent market mover. We may just get a little bit of bouncing around until then. Um, so we'll kind of see, right? Well, basically, oh, YouTube went down. Oh, well. Um, we'll basically kind of see if the initial balance is broken, right? So if we get some good confidence, right? Maybe it'll be higher, maybe it'll be lower. We'll see. But we'll have our initial balance kind of set in before this comes out. We'll be paying attention for acceptance above or below the A and B range. That'll be kind of the key, and then we'll monitor the impulse from the reaction. Not much news for the rest of the session, right? You've got some Dallas Fed, but other than that, then you have some manufacturing PMI coming out of China. So that'll be some interesting news. And then tomorrow we do have, pretty sure, we've got Jolts. I thought we had the beige book tomorrow. Yeah. So tomorrow, 1400, the beige book comes out. That'll be kind of interesting to kind of see that, that's from the Fed, to see, kind of how they're positioning. That'll be a little bit interesting from there. Let's go ahead and take a peek at the COT reports. We can see here asset managers added to their long positions as of last Tuesday, right, the 23rd. Cut some of their shorts, and you could see leverage funds added to their long, also added to their shorts. Still very net short, about 80% short for these leveraged funds, which typically end up being in the wrong direction. And you can kind of see the divergence coming through here. Leveraged money, right, really wide, or leveraged money really short, asset managers really wide, right? If we zoom this out a little bit, you can kind of see basically for the most part, this is kind of how it goes. We got that big COVID move. That was a big liquidation from asset managers. And then since the COVID low, asset managers started buying. And then June 2021, you started to see them start to sell. The market eventually did roll over. And then here in about October, when we made that swing low last year, we've been steadily kind of moving up since then. And the market has been more or less kind of moving up higher or trading sideways. Um, Still a pretty decent bit off of the low there. If we take a peek over here at the NASDAQ positions, you can kind of see the same idea, right? They added long, cut short. So they basically cut double their short for what they added long. So it's not like a super bullish position, but they got to maintain a certain percentage. Still, you have leveraged money, 61% short, asset managers, 71% long. You can kind of see the same idea here. Um, you see the NASDAQ asset managers got a little bit short. That was during that 2020 pullback, right? The NASDAQ was the one that suffered the worst. Um, Kept pulling back. You can see they got a little bit too long here. In August, they pulled back. And then basically again since October, they have been buying up the tech sector. And that'll be kind of key to pay attention to. Leverage money not as short the NASDAQ, right? They've been kind of getting punished. What is key to note is that, especially if we kind of zoom this back, you can see how much longer the asset managers were, in previous years in tech, leading after the global financial crisis, 2008, 2009. And so we still haven't really got back to that level. So maybe there's kind of a lack of confidence here in tech, right? A lot of, from what I'm reading, a lot of asset managers are kind of under capitalized or under invested, excuse me, in the tech sector. And so they may be looking for a pullback to kind of buy in, to kind of get their positioning in the right way. We'll go ahead and take a peek at the Dow too, since we're here and we've got some time. You can see asset managers kind of cut some of their long and some of their short. Asset managers really only 57% long, and leverage money 58% short. And you can kind of see here, right? Asset managers, you kind of get this back and forth here from asset managers and dealers, right? Because and this is because the Dow typically doesn't move as much as percentage wise as some of these high, what do they call, high beta stocks, right? Um, you're gonna get more bang for your buck out of like tech or something like that. But you can kind of see we've just recently had a flip where leveraged money got more short here in March. Um, and I mean, you really don't have a lot of people too long on the Dow, so not really too much to write home about there. Morning, Roach. Morning, Steve. We'll take a peek at the map here. Morning, Kevin. Year to date, right? You've still got Apple up 35%. You've got Microsoft up 38%. Nvidia up a whopping 166%. My goodness. Meta's 117, Google 41, Amazon 42, Tesla 56. Right, we still see a lot of red here in the rest of the market, right? Still some green, right? Boeing's turning around, Lilly's turning around. Got good old McDonald's, just, recession proof. Nobody ever stops eating French fries. Some of the banking sectors, right, making a little bit of a comeback. You've got Visa, MasterCard, American Express, Berkshire Hathaway is doing okay. Um, we do have Goldman Sachs only down 3% for the year. Schwab still down 35%, right? They've been taking a beating. Some of these are making a little bit of a comeback, which is what we've talked about, right? Still a lot of banks, regional banks, still getting punished. You can see the percentages there. But we've been seeing a little bit of rotation back into the financial sector. And then if we look in healthcare, besides Lilly, pretty much all of these healthcare sectors, for the most part, have been getting beat up. This is something we talked about at the beginning of the year, right? A rotation out of healthcare. This is really besides banking, the big reason that the Dow is suffering so bad is because healthcare is performing so poorly. They were kind of overinflated from the whole COVID thing. And so we're not surprised really about this, but we'll be paying attention to the healthcare sector to see if some of these shorts start covering their positions, or maybe they start buying into some of these now that they've had some decent pullbacks um, from the highs. Taking a peek over at Bitcoin. What this is. We can see we've had a nice move up, just like the index markets have. You see a very thin volume spot here. That's kind of right at that top of that balance. Right, if we zoom that in, it kind of goes away. But if we keep this zoomed out, right, you see this. We had this balance here. Kind of did a little look below, traded back into balance, got acceptance, moved higher, and we're kind of trying to form a balance above. So this level here, which is about like 27.6 to 27.4, is going to be the key level to look for a reaction, right? That'd be kind of the perfect spot to find a pullback in. To look to get long back up into this 28,000 level. If the market holds, I think above this 27,900, 28,000, I think the next level is that 28 2877. That's the level that I have up, because we already broke these previous highs, and you just see kind of this virgin point of control up here about 28.8. So just above that 28.7. Kind of a sloppy balance up here for Bitcoin, not really anything kind of too structured, at least, but you can kind of see as we zoom out this high volume level, right? And so that's why I'm kind of assuming, um, this move up, that's where we're going to see some resistance, because the volume really thins out up there, and you're going to get some people really trying to re-short that have been short from these higher levels. So it's kind of what I'll be looking for. Taking a peek here, at ETH. Right, a really relatively similar look. We're at that 1900, and then this is a bigger balance. You see this kind of area from 1900 to about 2160 is a larger balance here. If we switch over to the daily chart, we can see it a little bit better. But it was kind of that impulse out of this balance. That's where the high kind of ended. You see we have some similar highs where we sold off of from this area. So really be looking for acceptance above this 1900 level, and then some levels up here, probably. I mean, really just the 2000, and then that 2160 is going to be kind of the key level to break. We have some daily single prints up on the way, that 24. And so we'll kind of keep an eye on that and see how that's monitoring. But so far, ETH has been performing really well for us, um, mostly holding our zones. We did have a little bit of break that 1500. It squeezed us down a little bit, but wasn't able to get back down to those previous sell levels. So a nice little move up, still continuing. And then you could see, if you're a trend line person, today is a day where we could get a break from trend, so there could be a little bit more short covering. Maybe we do see that 2000 level, a little bit sooner than later underneath. With the market opening up on the gap higher, right? Gap rules will be in play. Remember, balance rules are still in play, but on a monthly basis, because of the big monthly balance that we are breaking out of. We can kind of assume that the tick will open up higher. We can assume that the breadth will open up higher. So we really want to be paying attention to those sector boxes. What we'd like to see is tech and healthcare and financials, right? Our top three sectors performing in the green today. That would really give us a kind of key for the upside, make the market a little bit less choppy to start the week. Right? We wouldn't mind that. I don't mind if we trade up to like 42.93 That's really um, where it should go. But who knows what the market wants to do? The market does what it wants. Definitely going to be keeping all eyes on the news, um, because that the debt thing is still kind of not solidified. It's really up in the air for the most part still. So we really want to be kind of paying attention to that and monitoring that as the day progresses. And like I said, we may get just a little bit of just bouncing around here for the first hour, with consumer confidence not coming out until 10 o'clock. So we may just see the market, for the most part, just do nothing until then. So, patience would be in order. But remember, gap rules, right? We want to go with any gap that doesn't fill early. That would make sense. We got 9 minutes. Take a little peek around the block here. See the dollar's trading lower here this morning. Right, we already looked at Bitcoin. It's gapping up. Oil trading a lot lower, right? Getting a pretty decent sell-off here. No surprise there. Um, my target on the downside for oil is at 68.67. So we'll kind of see what happens there. Yes, we already looked at everything. This we already looked at. See the VIX futures kind of moving lower, right below 20. We're seeing the 10-year, open up on a little bit of a gap higher. So that's kind of surprising. It's trading down as soon as it opened though, so change there. Apple opening up on a gap higher. AMD also going to be opening up on a gap higher. Amazon opening up on a gap higher. It's trading up to our target level 121.97. Do some adjustments. We'll see if it holds at 121. Google going to be opening up on a gap higher as well. It's basically right at the top of its balance, so it's still got some work to do. Right, Meta looking really strong, still breaking out. Microsoft's the same, still looking strong, breaking out. Netflix, right, really kind of powering through some previous levels, making a move higher. Nvidia, right, like we talked about, just super strong, up just an insane amount so far this year, and we're only 5 months in. And then TLT, right, trading back down a little bit lower. We could, if we do see the market pull back a little bit, we could see TLT trade back up into kind of this balance here, which is like 103 half, like 106. I know it's kind of an ugly look, but that'd be something that we might see. TNX kind of gapping down, right? This is a good look for here. Typically, we want to take a peek at this on the daily, and you can kind of see selling off, finding some resistance right here in that previous gap area. And then Tesla, we can kind of see the same idea opening up on a gap higher. Other than that, we've got about 6 minutes until the market opens up. Now's the time to finalize those plans. Get ready to manage some risk. We're done. There was some news over the weekend about some lawyer that got in trouble for using ChatGPT to kind of fill his argument, or OpenAI, one of them, and it basically filled it with nonsense. And if you guys don't know that it can do that, now you
What
do.
happened?
One of the AI softwares
He
was
asked
citing.
for citations.
Yeah, he
He
asked
was
for
looking for
citation.
citations to prove it. Yeah.
Yeah, and it made shit up. Um, like that didn't exist. So don't always trust everything you get from ChatGPT. Just like it's the internet, so you can't always trust everything that you read on the internet. much as you might want to. And I thought it was hilarious. He's gonna be in a ton of trouble, but that's what happens when you're lazy, I guess. So,
I don't know, man. Plagiarism's so easy now.
well, it wasn't like plagiarism or anything. It was literally just uh, like the the AI software made up cases, like they were not real cases.
Oh, no
Like
way.
so it was just not real. Like it just made stuff up.
It was
So,
citing case law that didn't exist.
yeah.
That is hilarious.
Yeah, so he's gonna get probably in a little bit of trouble for that.
Also, some news that Hong Kong is going to be able to trade Bitcoin. Well, not just Bitcoin, but a couple different
Oh,
cryptos.
really?
Yeah, so that's starting June 1st.
Oh,
Only
that's
Hong
That's
Kong?
pretty
interesting.
huge. Yeah, that'll be.
Yeah, because they've been banned for it from a while, from trading it
Yeah,
for a while now, for like two or
they
three
got
years.
it was like
But
30
only
million
Hong
people there,
Kong?
but they
Or
got
is it just,
Hong Kong, yeah.
130,000 millionaires and
so China still won't be able to then?
do what?
No, China, no. Not like mainland China, no.
Right, that's what I was talking.
Nobody in China has any money anyways to trade it, so. Yeah, China's like, they're like laying claim to like three different, Hong Kong, mainland China, and then Taiwan. They're basically saying it's China, so.
I think that's gonna be pretty huge.
I think so too.
And
I think you're right.
we might hear something about Ripple this week too, or XRP.
Yeah,
That could
got
be
my
huge.
fingers crossed.
And then the
Take
debt
us,
ceilings. There's
take
a
us to
three
ten
huge things
dollars.
happening this week. I know
So
that debt
Thomas,
ceiling, man.
supposedly the debt ceiling is all, they just need to cross some T's and dot some I's, and everything's all good.
Yeah, they managed to cut 50 million or $50 billion, but add 4 trillion. Like, like what the? I mean,
yeah, did you guys see there was a summit last week, the energy summit, and the guy was asking for like he was asking for like $70 trillion, and then the guy was like, well, how many degrees is this $70 trillion going to lower the Earth's temperature? And then he just kept circumventing the question, like basically just giving like bullshit answers. And he's like, no, no, no. How many degrees is all this money going to help us lower the Earth's core temperature? And the guy like just couldn't answer. And he's like, yeah, that's what I fucking thought. You don't know shit. That's awesome.
they want to cut. They want to cut. Entitlements and stuff. But
All right, there's our open.
oh, there it
Let's
is.
see what we get. I did, Thomas. I had a good weekend. Yeah, got some dirt biking in, some jiu-jitsu, some barbecuing. Got some sellers stuck early on 34 there. Quick liquidation. Sellers trying to come back in here at the low. Like some buyers getting stuck right here at 34 this time. We had sellers get stuck there originally, got a little pop back below it. Now let's see if they're rebidding this 34 or not. Yeah, it looks like some buyers trying to step up 34 here. So it'll move there. Offer comes in 36. Nice buying pressure here still. It looks like you have two sets of trapped short inventory. And this is what we were talking about we wanted to see, right? We got tech green, healthcare green, and financials green to start the session. We opened up with, a relatively strong tick, which is kind of what we expected. Oh shit. The fucking groundhog's at my front window. Hang on, let me take a picture of him. Yes. I can't even kill him now because he's got a bunch of little babies, so. One of the bots is in puts. They're trying to bid up that 37, but it looks like they're getting kind of a little struggle fest up there.
Oh shit.
I don't know. I think pretty decent. Apple's looking strong. Nvidia's not looking that great, and Microsoft is actually trading lower. Back to Microsoft actually already closed the gap. Must be a trans groundhog. Yeah, I think they're like seahorses. Little liquidation there back to the VWAP. But watch this 34 level. This 34 level, we're still building this ledge here, and this is kind of where the offer comes in every time. And they've got stuck down here a couple of times, and then you get that kind of pop. We extended the range higher. Get another little pop. Looks like they want to try to get it lower this time. They're just kind of struggling here. Stuck shorts on that 32, yeah. Yeah, you can see them just building there. $1,000 lots stuck right there.
Longs need to get back above 34. They're going to break this 32, I think.
Yeah, they're getting stuck there, that 34.
Yeah. They break that 32 and hold it, I think could go to 24. I don't know, though.
They're really pressing the bid.
Yeah. They break above the 34, though, they could puke them out. Puke the short.
Yeah, we could get a nice short covering back to the high, that Globex high maybe. I wouldn't mind seeing the 60. Someone's absorbing up here big time. Look at, you got like 4,000 contracts traded on the ask here.
Yeah, they were doing it all pre-market pretty much earlier this morning.
2,400 contracts traded right there.
What's up, guys? Good morning.
What's up, TJ?
Good to have you back.
Morning.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, it was a long break. Like out and then the holiday and everything. Like I learned how to trade again.
I was gonna say I have this 42, 44 area. I guess you'd call it maybe like February high, but it was like a high that we had put in at some point.
And you said that was from February?
Yeah, that's what it said on my trading view chart, but I don't know if it's RTH or Globex. But Globex stopped, right ahead of it and got that little bit of excess. So I was kind of looking to see if we can get over that level and maybe squeeze. Or responsive long. Take a little off there and hold some for a squeeze.
They puked them out above that 34, but they came right back in.
Yeah, that is a huge hedge fund. Looks like a, I don't know.
Yeah, it's big, right?
Yeah.
It's a groundhog. Yeah, it's massive.
The guinea pig.
Yeah, it's like a guinea pig, bro. It's huge. Yeah, this is what it looks like. It's a monster.
Oh gosh.
Buyers need to buy up this 34, and then they still need to get it above that 37, because that's really kind of where the offer kind of started coming in up there. Maybe we get to test this, like, what do you say, Roach? 30-24 you're looking?
Yeah, could you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I was saying if it broke and held below the 32, we could go see 24.
Oh, 24, okay. 24.
Yeah. I'm not really bearish though, but I don't know. We're not really going up either. So I was bullish, but I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
Got nothing now.
the Dow's getting, a beating here still.
Yeah, I'm kind of just indecision. Not telling me nothing.
Looks like the Nasdaq already broke out and is coming back to back test the breakout area.
Yeah. Yeah, weighted ADs flipped short. We're back and forth across this open a couple of times now.
Yeah, like I was saying, I think we're definitely trading at unfair highs here, and it looks like somebody's building a short position. But is he gonna get run over? Or, you know what I mean,
There's that liquidation.
buyers are trying to step in there at 31.
Yeah, a lot of lots right there.
They get run over.
There's 3 little baby groundhogs.
What?
Yeah,
Get a picture.
I did.
They'll be cute when they're eating their blackberry cookies.
Well, I mean, I don't want to kill him, but I will if I have
No,
to.
just spend some on them. I think they say if you don't want them to eat something, if you fence it off so they can't see it, they won't. They don't know it's there. Like I don't know if they can't. They just don't know. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they don't seem like the brightest animals.
Yeah, I don't know. I
New
know it's
landscaper.
trees. Go ahead, Kev.
Wow, that's pretty awesome.
Yeah, it's like the National Geographics in my backyard, bro. We got
Right?
bears, raccoons, deers, groundhogs, squirrels,
Lions and tigers and
robins.
bears.
Oh yeah, I didn't even show you guys this one too. I got another picture of the little baby birds too that just hatched. Yeah, lions, tigers, and bears. There is a bear though roaming around in these woods. I guess someone on the street over from like the street on the other side of the woods, they were saying that they like had a bear in their yard. So I'm sure he covers the whole like
Yeah,
lot.
there's probably more than one.
So this is the area, like kind of the first area here, this 30-ish area that I was looking for this pullback to buy and see if there was some buyers showing up here, but doesn't see it yet. You kind of see that got stuck longs on that 31 they tried to buy here kind of before those single prints. So if we flip back over that 31, we'll probably trade 34 again. Another seller right off the 31 that time. Got some stuck shorts there, 28.5 looks like. See some volume come in and then pop up. Probably some old business, right? People covering positions there. Intraday. Here's that 31. Look to see if they just kind of rebid this thing back up to 34. See in the weak spot here, so makes sense that offer comes in 31.5. Really heavy trading there. Yeah. Fuck no, they're dirty little.
You can clean that. Look at the mom sitting.
He was just over there at that one.
Oh, that I was trying to figure out where the water bottle.
Yeah, I heard like a noise. Windows in. I don't even see us these.
Oh, get out there. Jumped right into the bushes. Come for yourself. Yeah.
The hawk could probably. That's froze. I can't climb.
Yeah. No tail. Probably related to the.
Yeah, they're like squirrels that got too fat to climb.
I just left them. She's like, bye. She still hasn't come back out of there.
Yeah, that's good in nature. Survival of the fittest is a real thing.
Not for you.
Yeah, not especially not for like Gen X humans. Like all the 2000s kids.
No.
They like let their kids just fucking rule the world.
They're all like frozen.
So it didn't quite get back up to that 34. You saw an offer kind of come in here, 33.5. And then we're back to this 31. So look to see if they kind of reoffer this level down here and try to push the market lower again. I gave them the opportunity to try to bid back up, but the buyers just didn't really step up right there. You're seeing Microsoft, well, Nvidia turned around big time, but Microsoft and Apple both kind of coming lower. Apple's back at its open. Microsoft's getting pushed down big time. I think that could be related to that ChatGPT thing, right? With it just giving out false information. I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, you
was
think
kind of
it's making big news, or
Yeah, I think so because, like, I mean, it's supposed to search the internet. That's like it's AI, so it's supposed to search the internet and give you like actual information, but it's in turn giving out, it's making up shit. So, I don't think it's supposed to do that.
Yeah, plus with all the made up articles and just fake news, how's it going to know what's real and what's not real?
Well, and the thing is, it wasn't citing um like a made up case. It made it up on its own.
the guy
Scenario where this is true.
Like,
I saw them do a deep fake of DeSantis doing over The Office, the guy from the 40-Year Virgin, where they accused him of wearing girls' clothes. He's wearing a girl's suit, and you could not tell it wasn't DeSantis. I mean, they had the mouth moving perfect. I mean, it was insane. It was so good. Like, yeah, I don't know how you're gonna be able to tell the difference between real and fake now.
yeah, I mean, some of the AI software is just crazy good. And you can type into like some of those, especially the pictures. You could just type in like whatever you want. Like, you could be like, "Oh, I want to see Trump on a Harley smoking a cigar," and boom, it'll pop it right out. You know?
What? Seriously?
Yeah.
Crazy.
So we're seeing tech turn red here. The only thing that's green is healthcare. Nasdaq's getting just smoked right now. There's that 24, Roach, you were talking about.
Yeah, you might see some short cover in here.
Apple's doing a little bit of recovery, but Microsoft is just getting hammered right now.
Yeah, I don't mean short cover on like we're going higher, just like it might pause here.
Right, yeah, like a pause, yeah.
Yeah, because everything's so weak. I mean, I don't know if shorts are really gonna get too scared here.
Yeah, you're seeing a reoffer here, 24.75, and they kind of jump it up there.
We have a poor low in this overnight session, right in that like excess of the previous. So if we can't break the overnight, I mean, even if we tag the gap, we could get short covered if we can't get below this like 20 area or 19, whatever it is.
Yeah, we already have a pretty decent range to start the session, actually. Comparatively to what we normally get. Normally we start the session around like a 6-point range.
Got this news too in like 3 minutes.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that consumer confidence comes out here. Yeah. Is there news on Microsoft? Let's see here. Yeah, I don't see any news about Microsoft, but it's still just, I mean, it's just getting just pummeled. And the Nasdaq is just, it's puking them pretty good here.
So much for the upside, holy cow.
Yeah, there's a little push pull still going on. I mean, you've got well, Microsoft's down 1%, Google's down 2.5%, Amazon's down 1.5%, AMD's down 4.25%, Apple's up barely, Netflix is down 2.5%, Nvidia's up 0.8%, Tesla's down 0.5%. If that consumer confidence gives the gap fill. Remember the
Were
key
those
level.
24 hours? Oh,
What's that?
sorry. I was just asking if those are 24 hours or from the open.
Those are from the open. Yeah, 24
Okay,
hours. I mean, yeah, it's not even like Nvidia's up 1% from the open, but 5.25% from previous
Friday.
close. So it's like it doesn't give you like that's why I like to use the open. It's a little bit more accurate.
Yeah.
What's going on like right now?
Netflix is up. Tesla's up.
Yeah, but Netflix is actually down 2% from the open.
And look at gold.
What's it trading at? 1970? Yeah.
Yeah, and oil's way down. Oil's
Yeah,
down 4%.
oil's getting punished, yeah. But oil's still got some room to go down. Gold too. I closed my gold short though, but still think it has a little bit of room. There's B period.
Jeez.
See what consumer confidence brings out.
Yeah, I'm not getting too bearish yet. I still wouldn't give up on the upside.
Yeah, me neither. Consumer confidence came in at 102.3, better than expected. And remember, we still haven't closed the gap. We still haven't got below the Globex low. So there's still some shorts, some old business realistically that needs to get taken care of first. Or before we kind of just give up. You know what I mean? There's the gap fill. And there's the Globex low.
What do you got for settle? 23 or no, 13 quarter? Is that right?
I didn't mark this settle. Um,
Because of the holiday.
yeah, because of the holiday.
Yeah, that's why I was a little. I'm not sure if it's 13 quarter because of the holiday. I'm not sure what they.
Let me see what it says on
I
the
would
daily
assume.
chart. Daily close, they have it at 13 quarter, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know how much it means because, like you said, but we might head down there.
Yeah, we're starting to pick up tempo. You're seeing tech really flip over here big time. The Dow's basically selling off from its open as well. A lot of offers just came in there, 18. We're back inside yesterday's value area. We got the VPOC like 13 basically. Right where that settle was at. The Dow's starting to come down pretty heavy here, so maybe we see some rotation. So be careful when you're short, if you're in a short. Typically, we start seeing the Dow come down, the ES and the Nasdaq start to bounce. So, I'm poor low in the Dow right now. And you're seeing tech bounce a little bit. Offer's doing a pretty decent job holding the market down. If they do lose it down here, these sellers look for the market to trade back up to like 27-ish area for that reoffer. That's kind of the weak spot in the profile there. You got like here's decent volume, but you've got this real weak spot up here in the profile. So makes sense if sellers came in at 20 or 34 and they want to keep the market trading lower, right? They're trying to sell this previous day's high naturally, but that's more mechanical. They'd reoffer here where they didn't really get a chance to offer it earlier. That's pretty much half back, and it's a half back as well, so kind of a double. Anybody watch basketball? We saw the Heat win last night. And Dallas Stars got knocked out of the playoffs as well. They looked like an absolute bag of shit last night. Microsoft put in a poor low here. Taking a little bit of a bounce. Offer trying to come in 22. Gets lifted. See this offer coming in 22 right there? Watch this 22. If it doesn't re-offer, then the market probably bounces a little bit more, but they're really trying to hold this here. $374 versus 260 get traded up. 420, 300. See this offer coming in around it's 22.75. They're really trying to push this thing lower here. They want to get back below that Globex low naturally. Just are struggling here, it looks like. Weighted AD's making another lower low. There's a liquidation. Back to this 22. One bot closed, the other three still running. Yeah, AMD is not matching the market. They're down a lot, 4%. A little bit of a bounce here, not surprised. We're getting to that kind of weak spot. We'll see if they re-offer. 30 was kind of the level really that we're kind of looking for up here. You going for me? Oh, nice. What did Colleen bail on you for? Well, you should ask your mom when she comes over if red card's there and see if she bailed on you for
I'm
that.
sure.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
Feel good.
Yeah.
Like if you're that.
It's pathetic. We've got everything rallying here at the same time. So we timed that pretty perfectly. The Dow started selling off. Tempo started slowing down. We're at the 30. We're seeing a little bit of short covering pile in here. So if you did take the long, now's time to peel some off. You could still hold out hopes. I mean, it's only a couple more points to 34 where we see like the real resistance at, but it's up to you what you want to do with that. And then remember, even if they do pop 34, these buyers still need to get above 37. That's where the real offer came in at. But it spooked the market back down under 34, and then was able to trap enough buyers under 34. So just be careful here. Like if you're trying to get if you're not in a long and you're trying to go for the breakout or something above the open, just be careful popping that. Yeah, I am in a long, yeah. Yeah, I got long 21 quarter and then added on 24.75 and 25. And then I took one off at 30. Basically like when they that 22 level I kept talking about, right? They kept trying to sell it, couldn't get it. So I figured they can't get it, probably pop up into this weak spot here, which was that 30 area. You see they're kind of filling it in now, but that's kind of what I was looking for. You just saw like so many people offering that 22, 20, I mean like just around that level. And you can see kind of here on the profile, here's that 22.75. You just saw a ton of offers come in here, and then they just really couldn't take it lower. Yeah, it just seemed like they were trying to, you know, basically short the previous high, honestly, and then they just kind of were unable to get it, I guess, and then we're kind of back at decision point here. Buyer's still trying to show up here a little bit.
Buyers got to get back above 25 in a
Yeah.
hurry.
Yeah, it looks like they're stuck right there. Yeah, almost 6,000. Weighted AD still coming lower here. I didn't see if the Dow rallied above its open. Nasdaq did not. You see them get stuck again at 2250. Definitely seems like there's a decent little bid down here. That weak spot's like 27, half back and a half back. It's like the perfect balance here on the profile. Three minutes until C period opens up.
One thing I'm kind of looking for to see if the market will just MGI is if we print 2 TPOs inside previous day's value.
Yeah, to show us acceptance lower. That is definitely something that we want to see. Looks like we might trade down to that 13. Get a little bit of a liquidation there. Weighted AD made a lower low. Now you're starting to see tech really start to fail. Not really seeing a huge increase in the VIX. You do have the breadth from the NYSE flipping red here. The NASDAQ AD is red as well. What's that low? 14 quarter. Got about 1 minute. Actually, less than that. 30 seconds. Looks like we're probably going to open up with some single prints. We should get some MGI here. C period opens, trades lower immediately. A 24-point range to start the initial balance. Offer trying to come in 19, it looks like, but it looks like it might be getting ran over here. Be careful. Weak spot above is 27 if there's a pop, so even if it fills these single prints, it's still going to want to trade up to 27. Mechanical selling in that C high there, right off the previous day's high. So here's some possible takes it. Never mind. I was gonna say some possible MGI. Well, it's still just within one tick, but if this C high holds here, and they're unable to kind of fill these single prints and also really trade, if they can't trade back up to 27, well, there it goes. Never mind. I'm gonna say it could show us that short time frame traders still kind of maintaining control. They sell off right from that 25 level again, Roach. Sure, they got stuck last time before they kind of sold down. What software do I use? I have Sierra charts for my TPO and my DOM, and then this over here is Thinkorswim. If we pop this 22 again, I'm gonna probably try to get long up into the 27s, 30s. But it looks like the offer's trying to move down to 20 here and hold below 20. So they've done 30, 25, 20 now. So short time frame traders definitely trying to push this thing lower, it seems. Would have been a good short off that 25.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you, did you short the 25?
No, I
No.
didn't. No.
No, I didn't either.
I haven't
I
abandoned
just
my
curious.
long bias yet. Um,
You know what I was just looking at, Brad? I'm not a profile guy, but I see now with your long bias now. See how you have value kind of overlapping. What's that? 26. What's that? Friday. Now is that telling you anything? So, nah, not enough.
I mean, for value, really, we just have value overlapping to higher. So,
Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, because overall it's going up.
right, yeah.
Okay. I was looking at it the opposite way. I was looking at we opened up higher, and now we're coming down on value into Friday. You know, I know anything. You know, after the fact, we could all say, yeah. It was
Well, it's definitely telling
totally.
us like that value's moving lower intraday, right? Because we had kind of our two TPOs here, and then C period opened up, right? Traded a little bit lower, but then traded higher, and so we've got value basically sitting above yesterday's high. But if D period opens up, I mean, I know C period just opened up, but D period opens up lower, especially if we stay below this 22 level, then we're going to be moving value down. And then really the only key thing that we need is that volume to kind of move down. And we're seeing
Oh,
some pretty decent volume inside yesterday's range.
yeah.
We're just
Yeah,
not
so
getting
basically the same thing I would look for without the profile. I would look for same
right.
thing. Though.
Yeah, we're just not getting. At least to me, it doesn't seem like we're getting like an all out like mass market sell. Um, Not yet, at least. Maybe later today we will, but um, more or less just kind of like it seems like what the market's doing right now, especially because as we get inside yesterday's range, the tempo gets really slow. Um, we keep getting these little short covering pops as shorts get a little bit nervous. Um, is old business kind of getting taken care of, really? It's kind of what it seems like to me. Like it just doesn't seem like we have like a panic from longs yet, like longer term longs, like haven't, you know, given
Yeah,
up, I guess. And it makes sense to try to buy it lower because they're undercapitalized. At least from everything that I read, it's like that asset managers are not as long as they, not as long like the tech sector as they should have been, or as they wanted to be, I guess, to make the gains. Except Kathy Woods.
Yeah. I'm leaning bullish, but the only thing that's scaring me on the bullish longer term, I still take scalps all day, but it just seems, and maybe I'm wrong, it just seems like there's a seller up here just sucking up all the buyers. You know what I mean? If the higher we go, the higher he'll sell. The lower we go, the lower he'll sell. And I could be wrong, but it just seems, I don't know, all these big, like even like on the 20, you see all the big buyers, and some sellers just suck them all up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know.
It does, yeah, it does seem like there is like a seller's trying to build a short position, but doesn't want to spook it too low because they want to get
Yeah,
it.
he's passive. He's passive and he's patient. He
Yeah,
may be huge, but
yeah, and it could be like a couple days where he
yeah,
tries to get filled.
especially the way like not intraday, but I'll look at the larger range, and we are way above. We're at so maybe he's looking for some sort of
Definitely.
move down. But yeah,
Yeah, especially if you smash together some profiles, I can really look at it like on a bigger picture. We definitely are at unfair
yeah,
high. Only thing that's, I mean, well, not the only thing, but like the big thing that's kind of like lurking in the back of my brain is that you've got these hedge funds and leverage funds that are just so short that like they've got to get squeezed
yeah,
out, I think, first. And they might,
yeah.
I
And I
mean,
would
this might have done it. So I don't know.
yeah, I would give that analysis more weight too. Being the dumb money or whatever you want to call it is short.
Yeah.
And if they're going to get squeezed, I mean that takes over everything. It doesn't matter what's going on. They got to get out. They got to get out.
Right. Exactly. Yeah, because they can only hold the margin on the positions for so long.
Yeah.
And if we look like last Tuesday, what was the date last Tuesday? 23? Yeah, 23, which is here. And so on the COT, we had oops, what was it like? Let's see. We had 53,000 short positions added for the leveraged funds here. So we can almost assume, like in this range here, below 4,200, maybe there was some squeezing here. Naturally, that's why we got those single prints, but probably not 53,000's worth because the volume really wasn't too impressive. Let's make this bigger here.
Yeah, they probably added short there, really. Right?
Yeah, this thing's saying that they added 53,000 on this day by the end of the day. So we can assume, like, especially with a lot of the volume at the low, that this is them getting maybe stuck here, popped out.
Yeah, they're
But
most
like until here, like that 4,200, like I could even see us coming down into this area and then short covering. Because if I was a buyer
yeah,
and I'm looking at the COT report and I'm seeing, okay, well, these dumb fucks got short here, they got squeezed out, so I didn't get a huge chance to buy here. But next time I come down here, they're going to be getting out and I'm going to be getting in.
yeah,
Because I doubt, like volume wise, they had this day here. You get an increase of volume at the low. Yeah, they probably did add lower. I think you're probably right, and you just get that absorption again at the same spot that we basically seen, you know, big money just kind of holding the market up, it really pops up to that volume ledge and then just takes off from there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the time. I think you might have been gone for some of those days. I forget, but what days are those? Hold on, let me grab a date so you know what I'm talking about. Like from the 12th, 15th, 16th, all how we had all those highs, and that we're making like lower highs, and we had like a trend line going down on the daily chart. And then on the 17th, we broke above that trend line, squeezed up for like the next few sessions. And then when we came down, we put in that low on the 24th. It back tested that breakout trend line like to the tick, and then we had a huge squeeze off of it.
Yeah. Yeah, and so you wonder, it's hard to tell, like, was the squeeze just those leverage funds covering, or was it a combination of new money buying and them covering, right? Because we can assume that they definitely covered a bit, but it's hard to tell whether or not they new money was really buying, because you didn't really see it on the COT report. You didn't really see a lot of buying on the COT report. You saw closing of short positions, a little bit of buying, but not as much as you would expect. Get up that 22 there and fail again. Right off the prior day high. Now Apple's coming down and Microsoft's moving up. You see the point of control move down here as well, to that 20 level. So they've been consistently doing this here. They went from 34 to 30 to 25, now 20, moving the offer lower and lower here. Oh, I see what you're talking about, TJ. Yeah. Hit 1,000 tick there, almost. Back to this 20. If there's no reoffer, I'm looking to take this thing up, to be honest with you guys. See these buyers just trying 600. Offer moves down right below them. 1,000 lots, gets down ticked. Morning, Patrick.
Nice.
Yep. See if we get up to this 27, I think, maybe. Maybe some struggles at 25 or something. Not really wanting to hold it, though. If it gets back below 20, then you might have to just bail.
Hey, Dad.
Offer moves right back to the 20. A rebid. Nice, dude. 60 points. Pretty good. No offer at the 22 here, not yet at least. Bid steps up. They're rebidding the 22. Ah, come on. Microsoft catching a pretty decent bid here. $4 off of its open. Ooh, smashers. Smackarooski there. Look at this big offer sitting on the 20 now. Keeps refilling too.
Yeah, I seen that. As soon as price got below that, it was like instantly there.
I think shorts are stuck on 20, 25 here. And back below. I'll be right back.
Crazy how red the sectors are, but it seems so responsive down here.
Yeah. Yeah. Sure. Well, they put a bid on 21.5. Definitely a battle zone, for sure. Oh, they pushed up hard. Lifted the offer. Oh, they pushed through. Are they going to get it back below 20? Oh, they're trying hard. It's funny, the tick isn't even below 0. Why do you think it's dropping if the tick isn't even below 0? That's interesting.
Yeah, good question.
That is not normal.
Is the tick the overall market?
I
Yes.
think so. I think the tick is. No, it's got to be. The tick has to be just for ES, I believe. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm mistaken. Oh, they finally got it below 0 now. Or right at 0. I can't read it now. Oh man. They just cannot seem to make that leap. they break this 20. Looks like they're going to try and put some more. Some more bottom ticks on that D period. So it feels like every time it goes up, somebody's just buying it up in order to turn around and sell it to push it down, because it's happened like 4 times now. And they just cannot seem to get any upward momentum. Well, significant upward momentum, I should say. Yeah, they're just hammering this thing. Those longs caught at the 21 quarter.
All right, what did I miss? Mm-hmm.
Are those longs caught at the 21 quarter, 21 half?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like anyone that's long above 20 right now is kind of stuck, but you just keep getting these sell offers below 20 and nothing seems to give. But you are starting to get a little bit more pressure for sure.
Yeah. So it looks like we might be putting some area or levels below D low, some additional ticks on the bottom of that candle. Trying to get to anyway.
What's interesting here is all of the volume, for the most part, for the whole session, because you see, like, we did have white at different spots, but all of the volume's coming here. So every time a seller tries to move the price below 20 and fails, starts to increase the odds that you get a short covering rally. I mean, it's popped a couple times. Like C popped up to 25, then got sold off hard. It looks like D high has popped up to this kind of weak spot here. So we assume we have short-term longs trapped here from 25 and 25 to 24. That's what I'm going to assume. Just got off the phone. I have an opportunity to this summer possibly go to a bank and like work on their actual trading floor, or like I'm not floor I guess, but like work with their actual um, traders at the bank.
No way. That's awesome.
Yeah, which would be kind of cool. I have to do some certifications naturally, but it would just be like an interesting side to see. Talk to the lady just now, and then I'll meet with another guy on Thursday, 10:30. She said. And it's kind of perfect timing too, because the kids get out of school in 2 weeks, so I won't necessarily have to be available all the time.
It
It'll be
broke
cool
it.
to see how they kind of manage, their overall positions.
Does that mean you won't be doing the Discord in the morning or what?
I mean, probably not. Yeah, if it works out, I could
Makes me
always
so frustrated.
share my screen and stuff, but this won't be on the mic.
See, I
There's a
might
lower
closed out
low
of one of
there.
my shorts. Son of a bitch.
Oh, that
I,
sucks.
I had my I had
Good
my
for you though.
I had my exit. I had my exit stuck to my cursor, and I accidentally clicked above the current value, and so it closed it out.
Oh,
Damn, it's all right. I mean, I was in, at least I was in two, so at least I'm holding on to the second one. We'll see if it actually gets to my level. Yeah, I'm gonna drop this. I'm gonna drop it at 15.5.
yeah. I mean, they've been offering
Damn.
every 5 points lower, so we kind of expect them to try to offer this 15.
Yeah,
I would
if
expect
they
them to
pop
try
it
to
up
move
at
down
all.
offer.
Yeah, I'm targeting, well, closer to 42. Yeah, it goes. It took me out. That's fine. It was a good run. I was in from 20. Well, my initial entry was 20, I think 20 even. And then when it was popping up a little higher, I grabbed one at 21.5.
Nice.
And then I freaking closed out one of them way hella early. Well, it still got, I think it was like 17.5. Yeah, it was at 17.5. So it's not like I didn't do well. But dang, that sucks. I wish it's stupid. I gotta pay closer attention when I'm moving my cursor. Oh, well. Now I gotta look for another entry. I still like this short. If they can't pop, I would say 16. Right there. Well, right, yeah, well, okay. Well, I guess it's not much of a, I don't like it as much anymore. How many traded on that bottom tick?
41.
So not quite a full auction. That means I'm gonna switch to MES and do a little bit of trading there. try and get in at 17 if it picks me up. I'll drop my stop to like 18.5. It does.
Sellers want to see some volume come in below the B low naturally to get a chance of upside. Or downside, I mean, excuse me.
And a half. I didn't get picked up. C'est la vie. So now I am no longer in that trade. What do we have? Actually,
I'm starting to see all the sectors turn red, weighted ADs turning down.
par for the course. I jumped in a little early. Oh, I don't like this exit. 2.5. Entry. First entry was quarter. Second entry. Oh.
PLT is making a good move back up towards that 103. We're talking about this morning, like 103 to 106 would be like back into that upper balance.
The low is 9/4, or is it 9.5?
9.5.
It's got to be 9.5.
Remember, we're really
But did I
watching
check?
this day here. This is where you saw, shorts really, the leverage funds really get short down here.
So I did jump back in. My entries weren't all that great. It's basically right here in the battle zone. Stop is at 13.
Where'd you get in at?
Well, my initial entry was 10/4, and then I got in again at 12. But I switched over to MES, so I'm not like putting, betting the farm on it or anything. My stop is 1.25 points. So if this thing breaks 8, I'll drop my stop at 10/4. So break even for the one and whatever, 1 3/4 points for the other. But I need it to break 8. I'm willing to do that. That's that weak spot on that profile from, I guess that's Friday? Yeah, that's Friday. There's a weak spot on the profile. Right there at 20, right there at 08.
Yeah, I see that.
So that's the plan. Unless it backticks me, and then that's probably all she wrote for that one.
Am I looking for a long entry? I'm not looking for anything right now, to be honest with you. I'm just kind of seeing how the volume comes in below this B low. If we start to get some good volume down here, then it would kind of show acceptance back inside yesterday's range. But if we don't really get accepted below the B low and start trading back above this B high, or B low, excuse me, then I might start looking for that long, because then we'd have nice excess on the low, and then maybe a nice mean reversion play. If not, I'd be, and still even then mean reversion right to that 20. So maybe not all the way to the middle, which would be 24, but still some offering to be had, and we are one time framing down. Only thing that's really kind of holding me off from just like getting in a position really is just kind of like the market just seems like indecisive, as far as like it goes a little bit lower and then it's like, well, I don't know if I want to keep going, and then it kind of pops up a little bit and then it's like, I don't know if I want to keep going, and then it comes down a little bit. So it's real kind of like indecision. um and it's, and like as we're talking, right, it gets back inside this B range, start to see some shorts kind of pile in trying to hold it below the B low, but failure to really hold below that B low kind of indicates mean reversion for us. So then there's opportunity to kind of scalp up to that 20-25 area. I had a couple longs during C period from like 21, 20 half, but they were pretty much scratches. Like I didn't take them off when I could have. I was looking for 27, didn't take them off, and they ended up coming off basically break even or like a quarter. point. And realistically, like, what you'd like to see to get a nice long would be like mean reversion that takes you above that 22 again, since we know that 22 has been kind of a real struggle area. Pops up
Oh,
there,
wow.
and that would be that target back to that 27.
Freaking to the tick. I got back in again and it took me out 17 quarter. All right.
There's
That's
E
enough of
period
that.
there. So now we're getting 4 TPOs inside yesterday's range here. So we want to, kind of stay cognizant. If E period can't trade back up towards like the high of D or that C area, because we'd go 4 here, and then if it traded up, we'd go 4 there. But if it can't trade up, that would be kind of showing acceptance lower, and then we'd be looking to try to, sell a rally at that point. And I mean, everything is more or less indicating that the market's trying to go lower. It's just, getting a little bit of this rebound and now a little bit of decent excess. We're still one time framing lower here, though. I wouldn't be surprised to see us kind of pop the D high, trade right to like 26, and then sell off from there again. I was making the market. That's 103 and 203. What do you mean? Oh yeah, I probably meant 203 here.
Should have kept my original entry and not moved my stop.
I was surprised they didn't try a little bit harder on 15. So if they get back below 15, look for the offer to try to move down 15, and then you might, see that offer move down 15. Might be able to get a little moved lower from there.
Yeah, I noticed that too. They offered 15, but not real hard. They
Right.
kind of let it
Yeah.
go.
I was surprised too. Like I almost like they thought they were getting set up, and so they're like, let's get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, maybe it was too low for them too. Mm.
And Nasdaq nowhere as weak as the ES or the Dow. You're really kind of starting to see the shapings up of like a B-shaped profile, but with excess. So like a liquidation that kind of ran into a buyer. The big key here is watch tech and healthcare. Right? They were agreeing to start the session. You got that liquidation. If they start to go back to green, then you definitely don't want to be in the way of that.
I had just kept my entry at 17. I've been fine.
You got in at 1050?
Well, so I was in up higher, and then I took my profit because I wasn't sure it was going to continue, and then I got back in because I was looking for the lower down, and I got in at 1050 and then 12, 10 quarter and then 12, and then it back ticked me at 19, or I'm sorry, at 13, sorry, and then I got in again at 15 quarter. I let it back tick me at 17, which is why my original freaking entry should have been. If I had just left my entry there, I would have been fine. And so now I'm back in at 17 quarter. With a stop at 19. Because if it gets back up into the 20 range, I don't want to have to battle it anymore.
And I mean,
Can't
not that
stay
we're gonna
below.
go lower for sure, but typically, like, you know, I mean, if you look at the low, you got 467 bid, 161 offer. Like, typically that's a level that gets revisited. You know, maybe not during this session, but you know, typically that is a level that gets revisited.
I'm in too early. That stopped me out. I'm good. Now I gotta watch a little bit more.
I'm long from 14 too. So. Mean
Definitely a better
reversion.
call.
Yeah. So like typically days where we can't establish a trend, like, so we're one time framing down, we're still one time framing down, and we could still continue the trend, but when we move lower and we can't stay below that initial balance, and really we got no volume down there, and then also the internals are not really indicating trend, right? Like if you look at the NYSE breath and the Nasdaq breath, your Nasdaq breath is still positive. The Nasdaq is still above Friday's high, but the breath is basically like, you know, neutral. Like, I mean, unless it's even at 2.0 for the NYSE is still, to me, for the most part, neutral. I like to see at least 3 for the trend.
I should have been expecting it to go back toward volume though.
Yeah. I mean,
That is true.
I tried to
Even the liquidation.
push out
No,
the
no, you're fine.
warning.
You
Yeah.
you did
I
fine.
just didn't want to like be like, don't get in the short, but
No. Well, I mean, yeah, we have those biases. You know how that goes.
yeah.
My first trade, I mean, I'm way up in from that first trade. The first trade was in ES, and then once it switched over, I was like, I don't know if I like this anymore. So I switched to MES, and I've only been doing 2 contracts, so not a huge loss.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as
I
I
should
say
have been,
don't get in the short, then the fucking market will fall out, you know. So
yeah, I should have been looking at the volume though. I should have been looking at the volume of where it was, and considering we were down at 10, even though it was set, I mean, like the a one-time framing down, that wasn't strong enough because look at all that volume at that 20 range. There's no way. Oh, I should have been definitely paying more attention to that than the actual downward momentum. There was no follow through on any of that. I mean, that volume right at 20 is very clear. And if I had gotten a 10 quarter to the upside, we wouldn't even be having this conversation.
All because that extra click.
Yeah, that's right.
That's what got you.
Things I need to learn. I'll have to chalk that up on my list.
You got long at 12? Good shit, bro. Nice. Yeah, I was being a little bitch. I was waiting for it to get back to B. That's a good long right there. Yeah, just be careful. I mean, like, you know the levels here. This 22 has been a decent level, but then 25 above, we got some buyers stuck up there. There's a weak spot up at 27, and then 30 and 34. Nice, good shit, bro. I'll be back. I'm gonna go make some lunch real quick.
Trying to fail again at the 20. Here we go, putting in more volume at the 20.
Yeah, that's a pretty good. That's a pretty good setup. I like that. Dope. Charles is pretty much like the only other person that I've really watched that has a really good grasp on the profile. I mean, obviously Jim Dalton and Peter Rizencheck, but like as far as like besides like those two, you know, he has a really deep understanding of the profile.
Who is he?
Charles, remember we had him on the stream one time from Pirate Traders?
All
Yeah,
right.
he's this
Yeah.
Jim Dalton student. Yeah. Yeah, he was a really cool dude. Yeah, we did like a co-stream together.
And he's
Yeah,
got a
was,
YouTube channel.
yeah, he has a YouTube channel, website, trade room, all that.
What's the name of his YouTube channel?
Pirate Traders.
Oh, Pirate Traders. All right.
Yeah, he knows his stuff. Yeah, he knows it.
So when is it that you're potentially going to go work for, or yeah, work it for that bank, trading on the floor?
It just depends on. Well, I have like I guess it's like a 3-step interview process. So today was step 1, and Thursday will be step 2. So I don't know like an exact date, but I mean it won't be for like 2 weeks at least because I've already kind of told them I can't do anything until the kids are out of school. Because like as nice as it would be to maybe do like a full-time position like on a floor like that, it's just not conducive to the time that I want.
They'd expect you to be there for the entire trading day.
Yeah, probably. It'd probably be like an 8 to 5, honestly. But if I can just do
That's
it
the one you're
during the
doing right now.
summer and then
That-
you know, be done after the summer, then
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind that. Really just looking for like the experience, to be honest, like just to see what it's like on the other side. I'm always trying to like, you know, learn new
Fine.
aspects.
Yeah. I'm sure that part of that would just be like, let's go through this person's trade for today. Let's critique it. Ask questions. Which would not be a bad thing.
Yeah, not at all.
I mean, it would help you. It would help you refine your reasoning and your how you structure things.
I'm really interested to see the reactions, like based off of like certain market movements, see allocations, like how the
What
bank
bank is?
is allocated. Mass Mutual.
Oh, okay. So it's a mutual fund.
Yeah, it's a mutual fund. Yep.
Got it. They probably have a very particular strategy that they follow.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because a lot of their accounts are probably like IRAs and Roths and stuff like
Mm-hmm.
that.
Yep.
Can't be fucking losing a bunch of money. Can't be gambling. Speaking of gambling, I saw I saw that in blackjack in Vegas they're changing it instead of like 2/3. They're changing it to 5/6 or 6/5 instead of 3/3, like for a blackjack. So instead of like $15 for every $10 you bet, you're gonna make like $13 for every $10 you bet. And then I
That
also
sucks.
saw, yeah, it's stupid. And then I also saw that they're gonna be adding a 000 to some of their roulette tables.
Now
What?
that's insane.
Like
I'm
the
like,
odds on it already enough in their favor?
right, exactly. Last year, just on blackjack, Vegas hotels made over $1 billion, or Vegas casinos made over $1 billion.
I mean, they just figured they're just not taking enough of the gamblers' money. We got to take more. Got to put the odds more in our favor.
Yeah, but they could do that.
What I
It's
don't like
gonna
is that
show
all
up.
the slot machines are now computerized, which makes me feel like, you know, they're being controlled or whatever.
What was that, Roach?
They could do that, and they're still going to show up, and they're still going to gamble. So what do they care? As long as
Yeah.
all the casinos stick together. If you get one or two that say, "Hey, you know, we'll pay out more or this or that," but they don't allow that. They want you to stick together. If every casino does the same thing, what's the difference? Nobody's not going to go. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it sucks.
They have a roulette game down in Vegas on the old strip, and it's like it's a 2-table roulette. So like there's 2 wheels, and you only bet on your certain numbers, but some of the numbers are like second board numbers, and if you hit on both, there's like a fat multiplier. It's pretty fun. I mean, gambling to me is just like throwing money in the trash. Like it's just fun.
Watch
Well, you
watching a
know,
movie.
see, I used to throw money in the trash and gamble, but Vegas used to be reasonable to go. Now it's like stadium prices everywhere for everything, you know, and you lose money gambling. It's like,
The old
yeah,
strip's pretty
If you
cheap.
win, if you start winning, they kick you out.
right. Well, and
You're
it
too
used to be
good.
you could get drunk. You can't get drunk on the free drinks anymore. They don't come around as much, and you know they're not.
Not that they
Oh,
aren't watered down as it is.
yeah, I mean it's just Vegas has totally changed now. Man, did you guys see Vegas when it flooded? I don't know, like 6 months ago or whenever it was.
Mm-mm.
Oh my God, you guys got to YouTube Vegas flooded. Dude, the whole strip was 3 or 4 feet underwater. All the casinos were underwater. Like the whole like water's coming from all the roofs of a lot of the casinos. Caesar's Palace and she was just like waterfall. It was crazy.
Damn.
Actually happened twice. Yeah, just YouTube real quick. You'll trip out. I mean, it's like nothing you've ever seen. I mean, the whole strip is completely, and it's like rushing water too. It's not just like stagnant. It's like you know, like a flash flood. Like it was crazy.
I was only in one casino in my life. I was in the Bahamas. I was there about 15 minutes. I lost $100 in it.
I'm like a casino connoisseur. I've been to like a million casinos. I love the casino. I love the vibe in the
Oh, yeah,
casino. I just love.
Oh, you like it? I
It's just fun. It's just
Yeah.
fun.
Yeah, my
Love playing
sister
the
was a
roulette.
21 dealer in Vegas, and so I used to go and stay with her, and you know, go to the back rooms and stuff, and it's pretty cool.
There's so much hope in there, you know. Everyone feels
It's all a
like a
bunch
winner in
of,
there.
I was never in Vegas. I was in Atlantic City, and I had to walk through the casinos, but
Mm.
I don't.
so find one here.
Atlantic City's a shithole, though. So I don't know.
Yeah, I wasn't super impressed when I went there, to be honest.
What? Where?
Atlantic City.
Yeah, it's a dump.
Yeah. Well, once you've been to Vegas, nothing really compares.
I think Atlantic City used to be though like really good. You know, I'm talking maybe 60s, 70s. I wasn't there, but I mean, used to be a hot spot. But They just let it go to shit. Probably politicians. They used to get some good fights there, even.
Hate this.
Yeah, the stock market is kind of like a casino, but yeah, you can play. You can have a little bit more information. And like I think a lot of times stock market too, especially for like day traders and stuff, it's just like going to the casino where people just don't know when to quit. You get up,
Check.
double your money, and you're like, you know what, fuck that, let it ride, and then end up getting punished.
Cause you gotta know when to hold them.
Exactly.
Hey, check out that video I just posted. It's like a minute long.
I love the guys that, like, around here, that them be bragging. I hit 20 grand, 50 grand, or whatever. And I'll be like, well, how much did you spend there over the last 5 years? Or 10
Yeah.
years? They probably spent like $1 million in 5 years, and they hit 20 grand.
Well,
Exactly.
Vegas has AI on all of their cameras now, and they can tell exactly from the time you walk in the door exactly how much you spent at every slot machine, gift store, restaurant. I mean, they know exactly. And then,
Well, the slots are pretty much a huge sucker play, right? Because they're pretty much set to pay out when they want. Right? I mean, I know there's different ones pay out more than others.
Yeah, if you play the ones on the end of the aisles, they pay a little better, supposedly, because they can see winners. People can see winners when they walk in there, but no, they're pretty much. I mean, there's no skill.
No.
They
I
have
mean, if you enjoy
slot
it,
machine tournaments too. Have you seen those?
Yeah, and
no.
in Phoenix we have Indian reservation casinos. And so they don't have tables, but they have a bunch of slot machines, and people literally wait 3 or 4 people in line. Like there'll be 3 or 4 people in front of them, so they stand right behind people playing slot machines. And it's like that person could be there for hours. Like you're just gonna stand there and wait for that person to get up, and then you're gonna wait for that person to finish, and then there's the person for. I'm like, what? I mean, they're not that fun. I trip out on that.
That's somebody breathing down your neck and trying to fucking play a slot.
When I was in Tahoe one time, I watched a guy just fucking lose like, I mean, just probably like 6 grand in like 30 minutes on roulette. And like, I was just like, damn, bro. Like, you better call your girlfriend and tell her she needs to fucking start doing some DoorDash because you guys aren't going to make rent this month because you just lost it all.
Well, you should watch me trade sometime. Did you guys see that guy that opened the door on the plane that was landing?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, some guy opened the freaking door.
Like the emergency door?
Yeah. People were all getting, not sucked out, but definitely blown around. It's a pretty wild video.
That guy's going to jail for
I didn't
sure.
even see that.
They should have beat the piss out of him right there on the plane.
I'd thrown him out. Guy said he was getting
Bludgeon.
claustrophobic. I mean, I get what he's saying. It does suck when you land on the tarmac and there's like another 20 minutes before you get off the plane. I hate that. And I hate how everybody stands up on the plane like they're going to get out faster if they stand up, you know? So,
See, Tyson beat that guy up on the plane a while back, 4 months ago or 6 months ago,
Yeah, I
a
did
year
see
ago
that.
maybe. Yeah,
That's what that guy gets too. Anyone who just
yeah.
like,
You lucky Tyson. He just
yeah,
slapped him around, so he didn't try to hurt him. I mean, he deserved it. What the fuck?
fucking poke a bear and you get bit. Don't be surprised, you know.
Yeah. Then you want to sue him, probably.
Oh yeah.
yeah, there's nobody that's going to take over a plane with a box cutter ever again, that's for sure. People just aren't going to put up with that.
Did anyone ever take over a plane with a box cutter?
No, that was a good story.
9/11.
Really.
9/11.
I think on Seinfeld.
Yeah, yeah.
That was,
Seinfeld did
they
that.
had box cutters.
Supposedly.
Well, they found the box cutter sitting right next to the passports they found at the bottom of a 100-story building that just collapsed.
Yeah. And they didn't find any
And that's how
plane
they
pieces
found.
at the Pentagon, which is kind of, I don't know.
No plane pieces there. But I mean, I literally laughed out loud when they found this. I remember I was in a bar and everybody looked at me like, "What's wrong with this guy?" I mean, seriously, they found passports in the rubble and said, "Oh, this must be the hijackers."
Yeah. Just molten steel, but no,
the passports.
these paper passports that they were laminated, that must have saved them from the fire.
Yeah.
All the gold was missing too out of the base.
There was like a huge
Supposedly.
transfer. There was it was like over $1 trillion of like missing.
Yeah.
Because they were doing an audit. I mean, there's all kinds of like,
Oh, the Pentagon deal. Yeah.
yeah, there's so much suspect, unknown situation there.
And that side that got hit was the side that had all the info about it, so that's all gone now. It's like, oh, no, it's gone.
And then the third tower that went down that no one ever talks about.
Right. But you know what's crazy is almost all the BBC videos are off. Not BBC. All the 9/11 videos are off from YouTube now. Like you can barely find any, conspiracy theory ones. But the one with the BBC where she calls it before it happens is still on there, which is crazy to me. Did they leave that one on? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
She's like, "Oh, and the third building has collapsed," and you can still see it over her shoulder, and then it falls. Oops.
Yeah, and there was something with the guy who owned that building. There was something.
Yeah, he finally just got paid
Yeah,
recently.
who it was. But he was
Actually, it was
tied
like-
in with everything else.
Well, because those two
Somehow.
buildings were the first buildings to ever be insured for acts of terrorism. That never happened before, and it was such a huge binder to do that. And it was only about a month before they got hit by planes, but it was such a huge binder. It literally took 25 companies to come together to have enough funds to write that binder, and then it happened. And because it was two planes, he was trying to claim 2 acts of terrorism, so he get paid twice. And just pretty crazy luck. I mean, that's what are the odds? And the fact that those buildings were actually condemned.
It seems like that we lose a lot of the video to certain things when it's suspect. Like also like all the video from landing on the moon just seemed to have kind of like disappeared. And
I was just thinking that.
And like, but we still have, like the history of the US. Like all of those documents are still here, but all of a sudden this technology is like just disappearing.
Yeah, the head of NASA literally did an interview, I don't know, like a year or two ago, where he said that they've lost the technology. It's gone.
Well, what's his name?
It's
Buzz
gone.
Aldrin, like during an interview, said that he didn't land on the moon. Like, I don't know if he did on accident. People are blaming it on him that he's old and he doesn't know what he's talking about and shit.
Buzz Aldrin punched a guy in the face when he tried to get him to swear on the Bible that he landed on the moon,
He said
and he got
something
mad.
about it being a set.
Yeah.
Is what yeah, something I don't remember exactly how he worded it, but yeah.
Well, that's probably what's in at Area 51 in those hangars is probably the movie set. You know, because I don't know. I mean, we have more technology in our phones now than they did, you know, in the whole lunar lander, you know, but we still can't do it today. It's like, actually, didn't they announce that we're going to try to go to the moon, like next year or something? You
Yeah,
know,
I don't
you'd
know.
think that we'd have
There's a lot of suspect
telescopes.
stuff.
Well, I mean, don't we have telescopes good enough that we could like see the flag on the moon or see the lunar lander? I mean, we've left a ton of stuff up there. Should be able to see with the telescope, I would think.
There's a mirror up there that you can shoot a laser off of. I've seen it. It's in Big Bang. In Big Bang, they talk about the mirror that's up there, and you can shoot
The
a laser
mirror?
at it.
There's a mirror
Yep.
up there?
There's a mirror on the surface of the moon. You can look it up.
Is that a mirror that we put there?
Yes.
And you can see it with the telescope?
You can. I don't know. I'm imagining you could if you had a strong enough telescope, but what they say is you can shoot a laser at it,
bounce light up.
and the light will come back to you, and it'll prove, because if you shoot it at just the moon, I wouldn't necessarily reflect anything, but a mirror will reflect back.
Well, for it to the laser shoot right back at you, have to be a perfect angle. I mean,
Well, it wouldn't necessarily. It would just mean that more of the light, it would have, because it would spread the spectrum. So essentially, if it was a flat, perfectly flat mirror, you're right, yes. But if it's just a little bit convex, then it would actually spread the beam. So you'd hit it with a really fine beam, and it would actually respond back with a wider beam. So you would just receive more than you should if it was just hitting the surface of the moon.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of like, I think that's the whole reason they're
But
really
I've seen
trying to
Apollo
kind of lock
13. I know
down
it's.
AI.
I've
Is
seen Apollo
because
13. Yeah, I think it's legit.
Apollo
Saying.
13. I mean, it seems
No,
to me
I'm just
crazy.
kidding.
Like so, if we assume, you know, like let's make this big so we can draw on the black. But like, you assume like the sun is the middle, right? And then like all these other planets are rotating around it while in motion this way, right? But for
Mhm.
some reason, the Earth, you know, let's say is rotating right here, and then we've got the moon who's rotating around the Earth. Like perfectly, we never see the other side of the moon.
yeah.
To me, that just seems
Because
like
the moon is. So it has to do with. There's a computational factor in there. It's math.
Well,
I
paradox.
mean, if you break it down, it's all math, and that eventually, the rotation of a planet, I mean, over time, will slow down or whatever based on the actions of the other heavenly bodies that it's dealing with. And the moon has just been there so long that any rotation it had is now gone.
Well, then why doesn't that happen with any other moon?
Okay, so we're talking over billions of years, dude. I mean, I'm
Right,
imagining
but
the answer is it
but
will or it would over
other
time,
moons are billions of years old as well.
but it's not going to be. I mean, you can't say that about everything. I mean, we only have 8 planets in our solar system. So
no,
if
yeah.
you're going to, and we know that there are billions of planets or trillions or whatever the number is, I don't know how many planets they say there are. you can only gauge what you're saying based on the 8 planets that we know of. So the reality is that there's a mathematical computation that talks about the moon losing its rotation, but you saying, well, how come that's never happened to any other moon? It's like, dude, unless you can see another moon that's not in our solar system. I mean, it's like, out of what number? What are the chances? What are the possibilities of that
Well, you
not
think
being
the
the
only
case?
moons we found are the ones in our solar system?
Well,
No,
no,
I'm just
like what about
saying
the moons on
those
the
are the
other
only ones we can
planets?
observe. Yeah, we can't observe all the other ones from all the other planets, though.
Yeah.
Well, the moon
Oh,
isn't
you mean
slowing down or speeding up.
I
Is that what
I
you're saying?
understand that. What I'm saying is that we can only you saying that, well, how come that's not happening to any other moons? You're basing that on the ones that are in our solar system, which is how many. Fine, that's yes, of the ones we know, that's the percentage. But if we talk about the fact that there are billions or trillions of planets, clearly the number that of moons is substantial. So therefore, there's not really you're basing it on. It's like, I'll tell you right now, if I drop 100 pennies on the ground and I say, and I look at 4 of them and say, and 3 of them happen to be heads up, I'm going to go, well, 75% of these pennies are going to be heads up when I drop 100 pennies on the ground. That's not rational. I'm looking at a very significant subset, which is the ones in our solar system. We don't know about all the other ones. That's what I'm telling you. There is a mathematical computation that states why the moon has stopped rotation. And over time, we know that planets lose rotation. We know, I mean, again, those numbers go up substantially. Over time, bodies act on other bodies. It's just what it is.
No, it's
So saying
I
that
don't
our
feel more
moon
than just
doesn't
a
rotate, so
mathematical. I think
therefore,
it's a little bit more than a mathematical equation. I mean, especially when we're talking about the Big Bang Theory, which is supposed to be, so random. I mean, if the moon actually broke off from Earth, well, first of all, it'd be the same age of the Earth, and the moon is older than the Earth. They've proved that. And
we don't know if the moon is. Well,
yes,
I
we
don't.
do. Well,
Well,
they
you're
claim
making a
that.
statement. You're making, but again, that depends on who you talk to.
Well, there's a mathematical equation that shows the Earth is not as old as the moon.
No, but you're saying that the Earth or the moon broke off from the Earth.
Well, that's how
I'm
the
not
Big
talking
Bang
about the
Theory.
math.
That's
Well, there's a lot of there's a lot of theories. Again, theories of how the moon became to be. One of them
okay.
may be that it broke off from the Earth, but I'm sure there are others that say that that's not the case.
Okay. Well, I think that's crazy, and the
Probably should have
fact that
rotated more.
the Earth is exactly 400 times bigger than the moon, and it's exactly 400 times farther away than the moon, which is why we get eclipses. If it was any closer, any farther away, we wouldn't get eclipses.
I'm gonna ask you a question. So this is
Oh
completely
no!
slightly off topic, but it's when somebody comes to me and says, I don't believe in God, and I say, okay, so here's the question. So you're walking through the forest and you come across a stump, a clearing in the forest, and there's a clearing and a stump, and on the stump there is a watch. How did the watch get there?
I don't know. What does that got to do with
How did it
anything?
get there? How did the watch get there? You're walking through the forest. You're walking through the
I
forest. You come
don't
through a
know.
clearing. There's a stump in the middle of a clearing. There's a watch sitting on there, and the watch is ticking and it's showing the time. How did the watch get there?
Somebody put it there.
Somebody put it there. So this watch, very, very complicated. I don't know I don't know exactly how a watch works. I understand the concept of a watch, but I don't know all of the specifics of how a watch works. But this universe is significantly more complex than a watch. And do you think that it just happened chance? I mean, I'll just say this. Would it be ludicrous for me to say all these things happened and this watch manifested itself in this stump in the middle of a clearing ticking? Would you say that that was ludicrous?
I don't know what you're saying.
I'm saying, do you think it would
I'm
have just
saying that
happened there?
I said
You said
it's a crazy
someone left it.
coincidence that the moon and the sun have that
Oh, I
ratio.
get it.
What does that
I
got to do
get
with
it.
a
I understand.
watch in the
Hold on. Let me
forest?
come back to my original statement. So you think someone left
Mm.
it there? It did happen there.
Oh, you guys are breaking the
beyond
internet.
our understanding. Anyway, that's all I'm saying. So what I'm saying is that you're right. It is very coincidental, but all the more reason why there potentially is something more controlling it beyond the idea of it just happened. I'm not saying that's the case. I'm not saying that definitively that we know what the answer is, but it seems reasonably logical to say that there might be something beyond our understanding that isn't just the Big Bang. Maybe
Exactly my point.
God created it.
Like
That's
Tartaria.
exactly my point. Yeah.
So
I
you're
mean, I
saying
don't.
Yeah, you guys are
No, it's
saying
my
the same
point.
thing just from different angles.
Yeah,
Right.
it is something more than just random happenstance, I think. I mean, you know, I don't think it's just happenstance that this moon is tidal locked to the planet, and without it, we'd have massive storms, all kinds of craziness, and I mean, there's books that were written before there was a moon, and so that's kind of a crazy thing, and there's many of them.
Books that were written before there was a moon.
Yeah. They talk about when the moon got to it's Anunnaki talk about when the moon came in, that there wasn't a moon, and then it was brought in, and everything got calmer, and yeah, who
The
knows?
answer is I think you're right, Doped. I think the sellers are winning.
Yeah, there's a lot of like just suspect information that with the power of the internet, gets challenged now because people have access to, kind of an unlimited amount of information.
God, and with deep fakes now, everything's gonna be totally impossible to know now whether anything we see
Someone,
is fake or real.
someone in the chat said, "You mean I can go to the moon with my cell phone?"
Well, Brad, do you think we went to the moon or no?
I don't know, to be honest. Like I don't know. To me there's just a lot of like I've always been a skeptic of carbon dating, um
Yeah.
because like it just doesn't make sense to me. But I've never got to be able to do the research for it. Um but it's the same way on the opposite side. So like I don't say it's not accurate. To me, I just think like it doesn't make it doesn't make complete sense to me. Um you know and it's like I'm kind of one of those people, like I believe what I see. Like I like anecdotal evidence because then I know that it happened because I saw it. Um might not be scientifically researched or things like that, but to me it makes sense because, yeah, do you believe that's air you were breathing? Right, exactly. It's like, there's a lot of things to me that are just so suspect. It's hard to really put full, because I mean that's basically what it is. Like if you're a believer in carbon dating, that you're putting faith in the system, um, you know, and like, and then in the same breath, those same people they say God's not real, and it's like, well, you know, you haven't done any carbon dating yourself or even like studied the, you know,
Right.
how it works,
And
but you
and
believe
if
it.
carbon
Like, so it's
dating
just, you know,
and if carbon dating is accurate, then and it's not a lie, that'd be like one of the only lies ever. So it's almost like it's probably a lie because that's what we were taught. So you know what I mean? Like the odds are in favor of it. I mean,
yeah, like it to me, it's like really like I just don't understand how they know. Like from a kid, you're taught that the Earth is 65 billion years old or whatever, and it's like that's so long ago. Like how did anything make it that far that we can test against, like, because if you take human bones and bury them underground, for 500 years, like, what do they look like after that 500 years, depending upon where you get them, right? They're like whittled down, they're barely like fragments and stuff like that. So then you multiply that by, a billion years, seems like they'd be gone to me, seems like we wouldn't be like nothing would be able to survive that long. So there'd be nothing really to be able to test against that long ago. So like dinosaur bones, like, they're
Yeah, if
real,
there's another way
but
to
maybe they
test that, you
weren't
could.
65 billion years old,
Yeah, yeah,
And like I like to look at like architecture a lot, and like you look at architecture from certain places and you're like, why don't we build shit like that now? Because it's
like,
way better. And I know it's
I
maybe
mean,
not
and
as
just
cost effective,
not
but
and not even ancient stuff from just like 200 years ago. We can't do now. Some of these cathedrals that are, especially in all over Europe, that are like, these castles and stuff that are, I mean, it's
well, and if you
crazy.
guys ever read Bob Lazar's book, or even just watch a lot of the interviews he's done, his book's a lot more in depth, but like he talks about the engines that he worked on, or the crafts that he worked on when he was, it was not even Area 51, it's like area something else.
Yeah, it's in New Mexico.
But like it's an engine that displaces gravity um in order to move. Like I don't understand why we're trying to make this huge move into these, metals that are, they they can be worn out, when if we have gravity and you're not using it, you're just displacing it. Why are we not putting all of our scientists and every smart person that we have into trying to understand that technology? Like, why are we trying to mine cobalt and nickel and fucking all this other shit for these batteries that are only going to last 10, 15 years, and then they're just going to go in a waste bin, when we can, use all these other smart people that are developing these, amazing electric batteries, electric cars and stuff, but use their brain power to figure out how to use this mechanism that displaced gravity to, you know, move around. Like, can you, if, I mean, like, they say, like, well, like in his books and stuff, and he has like confirmed sources, and it's a lot of it's declassified, but if you like look up a lot of the pages that are declassified, like the fucking 75% of it's redacted, so you can't really get like a full synopsis of it. But like these vehicles were able to move like straight up into the air, and then like straight to the right, and like straight down or back, left, right. They move all these crazy directions, and it's like, well, why aren't we doing that? Why are we mining these metals that, because like, I mean, they lose their conductivity, so like they're a temporary solution. That's why I don't understand this whole electrical thing. And then now there's like a new study coming out that there's a way to use coal to um like make like longer sustaining energy, which is, you know that's obviously science evolving, right? They figured out one way to use coal. Hey, we burn it, it makes energy. Well, now they're figuring out another way, right? Maybe under pressure it creates more energy. So it's like, if we
Well, just
have a
see,
technology that we can use, why are we not putting all of our effort into understanding that technology? That's what would make sense to me, instead of just like continuously, telling people, oh, you're the problem, you need to stop using fossil fuels and blah blah blah, because they're going to run out and they're going to blow up the earth, and blah blah blah. But then you watch that interview, and it's like the energy secretary of the United States is asking for like $7 trillion, and someone's asking him, one of the senators asking him, like, if we give you this $7 trillion, how many degrees will it help cool the earth? and he has no answer because he has no idea. So if he has no idea how much, you know, how much it can help cool the earth if he puts $7 trillion worth of effort into this, then how does he have any idea of, really anything? To be honest, like it just seems
Well,
like
and
a
the thing
fucking
is that
joke.
the Earth is cooling. That's the whole thing. It's not even getting hotter; it's getting colder. We're in a grand solar minimum right now. It just started. Which last time it happened was in the 1600s. They called it a uh, mini ice age. It was 10 years of no summer. But you know who Dr. Greer is? Stephen
Yeah,
Greer.
yeah, Stephen Greer.
So
Yeah.
you know he's got a thing coming out next month where they have 750 people, whistleblowers that are coming out, and they've even got a CEO. They wouldn't tell what company, but it's a top 100 company that's coming out to say that they have been hiding some free energy device, and he's got all these people that are coming out. It's a 3-day event. And in June, and it's supposed to be pretty awesome. They're not holding back anything. They're going to reveal all the secret bases. They're going to reveal all the secret programs. It's pretty wild. He'll probably end up getting killed.
Yeah, we'll see if it actually happens. Yeah.
Yeah, it's But the reason why they're doing that is just it's all for money, you know. I mean, think about how much of our money is spent just on energy. You know? That's why they shut down Tesla. Tesla the person. But I think Bob Lazar was vindicated when they found that element, that 115, whatever it is.
Well, yeah, that's why he decided to quit.
Because of that element.
Well, because of all the information that he was finding out.
Yeah, and they wiped his whole identity. Like he had a tough time, like even getting like school records and shit. Like they tried to make him disappear.
Yeah, yeah, he couldn't. Yeah, he couldn't get anything. Which is a crazy concept if you really think about it. Like, yeah,
Yeah,
like if government wants you to not be like you just like disappear off the face of the earth, like you never existed. Not like you died and they put you, you just passed away. It's like you didn't exist. Starting to break a little bit lower here. Really starting to look like a B-shaped profile now. Starting to see the weighted AD make a lower low here. Tech's getting really red. Microsoft's still not at its low. Neither is Apple. Nvidia's getting smacked down here a little bit. So there goes that low. That's kind of what we expected, right? Because we had that D low that was, 467 and 161. Now we've got 42, 56 contracts on this low tick here now. There's that 8 too. That's that weak spot right there. But right here, you're getting a little bit of short covering. Yeah, see, I don't even know how that kind of stuff would work. Like, because you're saying they cross the warming limit. Like, I don't even know. A lot of that stuff is just like so over my head that I just can't comprehend stuff like that. I'm just like, well, and I think that's also intentional. Which makes no sense to me because you think they would try to break it down, right? Because imagine if you have like, there's tons of smart people that aren't that aren't scientists, right? Let's say, and if they were able to break it down in a way that like a rudimentary way where most people could understand it, then they would be, flooded with ideas, obviously, but also a better odds of solving a problem the more brains that are looking into it.
I've never heard of a warming limit before. But supposedly we're in this 400-year cycle where the Earth cools for like 10 years. Which is why we can get all these crazy storms and
See, I'm kind of a believer that like the Earth heats up and then it cools and then it heats up and then it cools and then it heats up
yeah.
and then it cools, like just natural.
Yeah, and it has nothing to do with humans.
Well, like I said, like I want to know what's the effects of all the rockets that we send into space, um, all the satellites that we shoot up there. What's the effect on the environment? Like how many people would have to drive electric cars to counteract that kind of pollution? Because that's supposedly what it's from, right? The pollution caused by humans. Um, what would have to happen there? That's something I'd be interested in seeing. But then you watch some of these summits, like the energy summit or like the environmental summit, and like nobody gives any answers. It's like their
Yeah.
robots can
Well, those are
like,
all just money grabs anyway. All that stuff is just money grabs.
yeah, yeah, it is trillions of dollars for this and that and
Yeah.
this and that. But I mean, if you can't, like, you know, you can't knock the hustle. Like, if I can get $7 trillion for my whatever, then good for me.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. I agree with Doped. Yeah, it wouldn't be like one country by themselves wouldn't be enough. It would have to be everybody working together, and that shit is just not going to happen. That's why I think it's kind of ludicrous when people think like the spray deodorant. I think it's kind of ludicrous. People are like, "Oh, the dollar is going to go to zero." Fucking, you know, blah. Russia and China are going to partner up and take over. Like I could see before I could see them partnering up to take over the dollar. I would see one of them doing it by themselves instead. They would much rather be solely in charge than joint charge. You know, it's like the USA and the UN. Everyone's like, we're all in this together, and the US is like, yes, we are. Wink. You know, like like
Right.
from Guardians of the Galaxy. He's like, we all know who's in charge, right? He's like, yes, yes, you, of course.
I saw the third one. It wasn't great.
It was good though.
You liked it?
Yeah, I liked it. Yeah, I thought it was good. It just wasn't. It wasn't Endgame good, but Endgame was so good.
Yeah.
I know if these oceans do fill up, me and Roach are about to have beachfront property here pretty soon. Fucking Philadelphia will just go underwater, and then the water will basically rise right up to us. We're on the mountain, so boom. Oh, there's the beach. Yeah, the cost of our houses will fucking tenfold. Watch 15 here. Right, they've been reoffering like every 5 points. Now we're back inside the B range, so they need to reoffer this 15 in order to try to keep it low, below this B low, which is 14. Just about. Well, it's like 14 quarter, I think the B low is. Maybe it's 14 flat. What is this? 14. Is it 14 quarter? Yeah, 14 quarter is the B low. Some roundup. The offer coming right on 15, right on cue. Interesting here, like the market's making these lows, not really seeing a huge increase in breadth. The tick is starting to firm up a little bit here, and the weighted AD's starting to pull back a little bit. X still looking kind of weak, but still above the holiday high. And the VWAP is kind of, I mean, still sloping down, so we're not flattening out just yet, but it is starting to kind of lose its edge here. I know it's kind of hard to see on this, but if we maximize here, kind of see like, you know, really moving lower here. The session still moving lower, still moving lower. So just something to be aware of as it kind of just, you know, starts to get a little bit of upside here. I explain how I see the offer came in. Yeah, so like if we look right on the 15, you see that 279, right? So someone offered that 279. Someone moved down to sell that 259, or that 15. I mean 279. So there was someone trying to offer the 15. They just kind of got, you know, upticked here. And you see someone offer the 16 again. And then what I like to do is kind of see, you know, what traded on the other side of that, and you could look diagonal as well. But you see like 279 here, and then even if you just smash these together, you're like at 250. So fairly even trade, but the market gets upticked here. So now you see 500 lots against 300 lots. Market's kind of holding firm. You look to see if they kind of reoffer this level here. 111, so they do reoffer. So there's like 1,300 lots. Another 100 lots come in. So you're like 13 versus 700 here. Right? It's just kind of like, kind of like, you know, adding them rough ads in your head. Like it doesn't need to be exact. I'm just kind of looking to see like, okay, is there some size? And so now when we come back down to the 15, we should, if this guy's still here, right? He offered here, he got kind of ran over, so he offered again a little bit higher. He should reoffer this 15. So we should see a sizable offer come in on this 15. And then like when I see stuff like this, right, you've got like basically just double digits all the way up, more or less. To me, that's just short covering. That's, you know, no one's really selling it, and the people that are buying it are not real big buyers. They're more or less just short covering, or else we'd see some bigger bids start to kind of hit the tape. I never delete these middle fields. They delete themselves. So like if it pops up and then trades again, it'll switch. Watch. So like this one's 67. See how it changes to 7 there. It's based off of like milliseconds. Oh, on the right, nah, on the right, um, I could delete it. Like sometimes I do. I just haven't been recently. And especially like if we're able to kind of determine the type of day early on, like we were today, like the B shape, um, I really don't want to get rid of it because I like to see where one, these sellers are getting stuck at, and then two, where buyers are kind of stepping in, right? So we assume that we've got a B-shaped profile with excess again. You got some more mechanical shorts that have been kind of controlling the day, able to force the market a little bit lower, but weren't able to cause like a meaningful liquidation. And then, you know, we kind of came back inside that B range now. And so now I'm kind of looking at like areas like this. So like we have a real thin spot right here at the 13 quarter. So I'm kind of assuming if there is this push down to the 15, which they only got down to 15.50 and they kind of got stuck there, they can't get below this 13 quarter, then I can probably take a long from this area with my stop just below that weak spot and target, some of these higher volume areas like the 20. So I mean, 5 points is 5 points, but you're able to kind of only risk 2-3 points on the low and get in. I got in a little bit late though, but I got in at 16, so a little bit late. I wanted to get in a little bit lower, but didn't. But like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm just kind of trading from volume to volume based off of how the inventory is changing hands. And so like with a B-shaped profile, right, we assume that the liquidation, right, we assume we got some trapped inventory, and then we get the move lower and then a liquidation, and that's what causes kind of this B shape. Is like every time the market pops up, some of these longs are profit taking. Well, that's basically kind of where the book ends on the B-shaped profile. They just kind of let us know that, okay, well, the reason that it's a B shape is because longs are liquidating. But it doesn't account really for, and I think maybe even a more important part of it, because if we get a liquidation, it could easily turn into a trend day, right? Maybe even, maybe even a larger move or a bigger profile. But what happens is momentum shorts, which are weaker handed shorts or intraday shorts or what we call weak hands, start to get a little bit, FOMO or just a little bit too confident, and they start getting short in the hole. And that's what causes, you get like, you've got a little volume cluster down here followed by tapering basically all the way back to the middle. And then now we've got this weak spot basically right above the G high where you're starting to see these momentum shorts or weak shorts try to kind of pile in. And so what the book doesn't really talk about is on a B-shaped profile, right, where we should be staying patient and selling the rallies, right? As the market rallies, we wait and we sell these rallies. Well, there's always two sides to a coin, and once we start to notice shorts getting a little bit too short, we can use that opportunity to revert back to the mean. Kind of like Doped was talking about earlier, right? He was long down here in D period from 12, had a nice trade. We had talked about the numbers 20, and then he had talked about a nice setup here from this E high with the D high being, a very low risk opportunity because of who's in control of the day, right? A B-shaped profile tells us that shorts are in control. So there's always opportunity on both sides, but it's really just not talked about because it's a lot safer to just stay on one side of the market during a day like this, because what can happen is if there is another liquidation break, right? Because there was already a liquidation, a long liquidation. If there is another liquidation break, we can break lower. And if you're in a long, a lot of times people can get stuck, getting long, or that short covering that comes back up into the mean of the profile. A lot of people will get stuck in there. And so that's why I think Jim doesn't really talk about it much or at all, really. And that could be that's just my interpretation too. It could be a bad interpretation. But that's kind of how I've looked at it. And I do the same thing with the P-shaped profiles. Like, I assume that on a P-shape, you get these moves lower, and as they get lower, you get momentum shorts piling in, right? Because they missed the move up, so they want to pile in short, and then it happens here. And the same thing with these longs, right? These longs get kind of stuck up at the highs. You get these kind of mechanical highs, and then the market takes over, right? And that's how the market typically will use stops in order to make the moves that it wants to make or needs to make. Yeah, I mean, just jump on the book and jump in, like pick a section, and pick a couple days a week where you just jump back into the book and you're like, you know what, I'm gonna really study day types, and then the earlier you can kind of notice the type of day, the easier I think it becomes to manage risk around that. And so for like now, right, if we're looking for short-term longs to respond to this, if there is a break of this B low, unless they stop at the B low, that'd be mechanical as well. But like anywhere in between this 14 to 13 area, especially with that point of control, if H period gets stuck in here, you can get on board there and almost kind of expect to trade back above this week high. Yeah, that was a good short. Yeah. Yeah, same idea, and you just put your stop above the G high, or maybe even just a point above the G high, and let it ride. And that's why we always talk about selling into strength as well. So like, if you had taken that long, you get to the H opens up and immediately starts down ticking. Well, you don't think, oh, okay, well, I'm gonna have to hold this and kind of hope that it breaks this one time framing. You just get out of the position, right? Because a new period should kind of alert you to possible change in the market. Yeah, break even now. Well, yeah, now that it's moved lower, yeah. Yeah, you could probably even move it back down to at like 16 half, maybe 17. That's where that offer came in, 17. See, like 17 half and then 17, 16 half. You got a pretty decent offer through there. So if it comes back up and you don't see the reoffer, just go ahead and on out of there. And now you're seeing kind of a flip here. We've seen this pretty much all day on the profile, but we've seen the opposite where you get a lot more volume on the ask side, right? Which means aggressive buyers. And here now we're kind of seeing sellers getting a little bit more aggressive, but unable to kind of downtick the market here. So you may be seeing some possible shorts get stuck in this area here, 15 again, right? They're really trying to offer this area down, um, and not having as much success now. I'll be back.
So is it tomorrow that we'll know if the debt ceiling deal goes through? Anyone? Anyone? Okay.
Yeah, that's a good question, dude. I don't know.
Because that'll be pretty big. I would think a big market mover.
Yeah, I would think so too.
Did Brad take off?
I'm not sure, dude. I just hopped on right now.
Yeah, I just hopped on now. How's everyone doing?
Hey, how's it going?
Too bad, not too bad. How's it going for you?
Late start for me today. I just hopped on right now.
Nice. What? Little rest? Little lay-in?
Yeah, I slept in. I had family over yesterday, and well, I'm in California, so I'm already like 3 hours behind
Market? Yeah,
Central.
yeah. So you have to get up super early.
Yeah, so yeah, we had family over from out of state, so we were out all night.
Yeah, I find it hard to trade when I've missed so much of the day.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a little liquidation, huh? Dylan says the fifth for the debt ceiling. Was it news related? Yeah, oil's almost down 5%.
So it's finally starting to make new lows.
Did I?
Are you there? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
So I just wanted to get your opinion on it. So, I mean, I go back and forth on this every few months, and what I'm realizing is that, I mean, obviously on days like that happened last week where NVIDIA went off the charts, obviously that is just a no-brainer. Even today, I closed it early just because I, felt like it wasn't necessarily going to go as down as far as I needed it to. And I'm not going to say I lost a huge amount of money, but I'm certain I will have lost some. And well, I mean, it may actually be a few. Well, anyway, it'll be probably at least $1,000 that I lost out on. I'm just curious from your perspective, would you just? I mean, I guess I'd have to show you the numbers. That's the key. Because I could show you
Yeah.
the numbers of what is projected to make every month. I mean, April was a down month. The end result of April was that it would have lost between $7,000 and $10,000. But like March, it would have made 13,000. So far in May, it would have made 6,000. That's what the other way. Okay, so I guess in March it would have made 8,500. In May it would have made 5,300. So from your perspective, do you think that even if it ends up losing potentially more on certain days overall, is this? I guess the question I would ask you is, would you feel comfortable knowing what you can tell from what I've given you? And I mean, I've gone through some of the numbers with you. Would you feel comfortable just letting it play, or would you be like, getting out early is not really a bad thing?
Well, I mean, like, I think that you have enough knowledge on when to close it, like especially especially if especially on like a day like today where the market is just kind of holding, right? Eventually, we do get another liquidation break. The market's trading a little bit lower now, but for the most part, the market's basically just been kind of sitting stagnant. Um,
And
pretty
this morning
much,
it was pretty neutral this morning, which is why I was like, you know what, I don't want to chance it, and so that was why I closed it out. And I ended up, I mean, I closed it up. It's not like it was down, but there's that potential of
right.
today would be a good example where it was in. Well, just to give you an idea, by the end of today, it will have been. So in one of the NVIDIA, it would have been in 4K. In one of the AMDs, oh, it's going to be close to 5K. Yeah, probably about 5K right there. And then in one of the other NVIDIAs, it will be about 5K. So it's basically still in $10,000 worth of options right now. And one of them is $900 up. The other one is 198 up. But the question is, from your perspective, because this is the key. Every time I close it early, even if it's, do whatever it's doing, and clearly if it gets out of hand, that's a different issue. Like if it's buying thousands of contracts or hundreds of contracts or whatever, or lots of contracts, I should say, because it doesn't buy that many, and I would have to limit it. But from your perspective, I mean, it really is just a matter of letting it play and seeing what happens. I guess, would you feel comfortable doing that? That's the question, I guess.
I
From
mean,
your
I
perspective.
I would, because the way that I look at things is more from like I'm not really looking at like what could have been the gain. I'm more looking at what could have been loss, I guess. So like I'm more looking at
First to
the
the loss.
the loss first. Um, Now, of course, like that's going to come with caveats You know, of course, like you're sometimes going to have to, you know, sit through some drawdown, especially with options in order to get the gain, just because you're not always going to be able to kind of perfectly position yourself or be in and out as easily as you can with like a futures contract. But um, like for me, I would just have like, you know, daily limits. I like the idea of using like the first hour of like the options price as far as like a risk
Min
parameter
max.
on the downside. Yeah. And it's not because that's not going to give you like it's not going to give you a like a set number $500 per day, because having it having it as a set number every single day is kind of unfair for the bot on the first couple days of the week, because the options are going to be more expensive.
Hmm.
So um
The hard part is the min max is a little bit more complicated because it's across 4 different. I mean, well, technically it's across 2 different tickers, and so in order to use the min max, it would have to be done individually. And the reality is that the only real, well, part of the benefit of having all 4 of them is it gives it the visibility of, like, if AMD closes, which is what happened this morning. One of the AMD bots closed, and so I was like, okay, I guess I'll just close out the rest, because it was the other AMD was in profit. The NVIDIA ones were basically mixed. I think I made $20 across the other 2 bots. From my perspective, I was, you know, why risk it? Why would I put that money in potential risk territory when I don't need to?
right. And I think over time that's kind of proved to be the right idea.
So maybe what I need to do is sit down with you and sort of make up some rules that I can adopt. Anyway, and maybe that's a longer term conversation. But then there's also, yeah. Anyway, we can talk more about it.
Yeah, it's tough because there's just so many variables when it comes to the options that like having it having it be like a set number or even a set percentage is tough, because you know you're when it's adding, you know, that kind of changes the average price, and then do you put the percentage off of that or off of the initial price? Like, you know, there's a lot of variables to be able to.
Yeah. And maybe the percentage, but the percentage drawdown question would be like the overall, so I could have it so that it looks at what's in the account or what it's in, and then determine based on that. Because of course, as it averages in, the percentage down that it is, if it, like, so let's say it starts out at $1, it goes down to 80 cents, and it does an average in buy, and then it goes to 90 cents. The percentage down is obviously still, it's a little bit less, because of course it bought in lower, versus if it went all the way to 70% or 70 cents, it wouldn't be as down. It wouldn't be down as far, or it would potentially. I mean, sorry, the percentage would be higher, but it may not necessarily. It still might lose more, or if it got in at 80
Right.
cents and then it made it back to like 85 cents as opposed to 90, because it's still down 30%. So here's a good example. So it gets in at $1 for one contract, and then it gets down to 70 cents. It's 30% down. If it gets in at a dollar, and then it goes down to 80 cents, it buys in again. So now it's in $1.80, and it goes up 5 cents. It's still down 30%. But from the percentage that it's using, because it's in more contracts, it would not necessarily be that wouldn't be the exact same. It wouldn't be
Right.
down 30%. It would be down 15.
Because that's a new average.
Correct. And that's the other issue is how do you coordinate that? So anyway, but we can talk more about it later.
All right.
I just wanted to get your opinion. I think I'm to the point where I mean, I'm really close to the point of just saying, I just need to let this thing run and see what happens. I mean, according to what it says, it will make money. April was the first month where it lost money. Again, then we have money that, I'm up from where I was in May. At the beginning of May, I am up from that. So it's really just a matter of saying, let it play and see what happens. That's the other issue is that where do I want to fall? Anyway.
Yeah, that's tough because also like some days you're gonna know like, okay, this is the spot.
Where it's gonna do well that day, you mean?
Well, like, or you know that it's like, okay, this day is not going like it got in the wrong way. Like sometimes you know it got in the wrong way, and you're like, I
Yes,
just need to
that's
get
true.
out of this. So,
Well, and maybe that's, and I kind of, I don't know. I guess I don't really have that one. That one is not in there. That one does not, it doesn't automatically sell. But it depends on how it gets in and what it gets in, and there's all these rules that I have to figure out for that, which becomes complicated.
right.
So anyway. Well, anyway, I have an idea of what I think I want to do, and then I guess I'll at some point confer back with you, and we'll go from there.
Yeah, I mean, I think the
Thank
the
you.
best thing that you can do, like when you're doing like back testing and stuff, is not so much focus on the amount that it can gain, but just the amount that it
Max drawdown.
yeah, like the amount that it potentially could have lost.
Okay. Yeah, I can do that. I can figure out the max drawdowns for that was the other thing I was talking to you about the other day is like look at all the days that it wins and figure out what the max drawdown is on those days and potentially have it say this is the most it can ever go down for this bot. I mean,
Right.
obviously, maybe I shave that down and say maybe it's even less than that. And if it gets to that lower number, then it just cuts it. Of course, I'd have to know how many days there were in order to be able to know would it still make enough money to offset those days? Because of course, so I don't know.
Right. That's the thing that's tricky is because like some days where it has like big days, it would like with certain rules, it's going to be cutting it off early, and it's going to need those on the days to make up for some of the drawdowns that it has. Like, yeah, I mean, it's a tricky situation, and then also like for like, I mean, by doing that, you're gonna also put in, certain days where it is going to go past this threshold of negative and then go back to positive.
Hmm.
So like maybe there's a way to look at it time based as well. Like, okay, well, if this thing is not, um,
Positive by like noon.
yeah, but like noon, then the chances of it coming back later on in the afternoon are probably not. Or like
Well, that's
compare it to the Nasdaq. Like, okay, is if the way only way we hold this past noon is if the Nasdaq is still positive or negative, depending upon if it's in calls.
yeah, that's a good idea. If the Nasdaq is potentially making a higher high or a lower low or whatever.
Right. Because it's a big piece. Well, Nvidia especially is a big piece of the Nasdaq.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Well, I'll come up with a couple ideas and then I'll run them past you and we'll figure it out.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, thanks, man.
No problem.
I'm off. I gotta go to an appointment. I'll catch you guys later. I'll be
All right.
back probably before close.
All right. I'll catch you later.
Hey, Brad.
What's up?
Hey, so do you know when they're going to announce tomorrow if the debt ceiling deal went through or not? Is there a certain time?
I saw that the first meeting tomorrow was like, I think it was like 1300.
In
See
English.
if I can find it.
I'm just
It's
kidding.
like 1 o'clock.
Yeah, I know. But I'm sure that's New York time, right?
Yeah, New York time.
So that's 3 hours ahead. So I think that's going to be a pretty big market mover.
Oh, big time. Yeah. I'm trying to find, there was a tweet about it earlier. I can't find it. Scroll
It's
through this
just,
bullshit.
it's so fucking stupid. I mean, everybody knows they're not gonna let go over, and then just and then what kills me is that they like one of the things they did was they made it harder for you to, I think, work more hours or do something to keep your food benefits, whatever. And it's like, that's coming from the people that are so irresponsible that they have to raise the debt ceiling. You know what I mean? Like they can't keep their money straight, but they expect everybody else to be able to.
Yeah.
It just kills me.
Well, it's like the
I mean,
do as I say, not as I do.
right. I'm adding $4 trillion more. I mean, that is. But you would think that would boost the market just some because that's $4 trillion of stuff that's getting spent on. But then a lot of it's being spent on other countries, which they never talk about. Listen, well, maybe we shouldn't help every country on the planet and just help us for, maybe not as much, or maybe we don't have to send as many bombs to Ukraine.
Yeah, I mean, it kills me that we provide so much foreign aid, not just to Ukraine, but to all over the world. And it's not, I mean, it's not like, it's not with no
Really?
strings attached. You know what I mean? There's strings
Right.
attached for sure. And then like also we have starving children here in the United States. We've got a
I know.
city that
That's so
doesn't
cute.
have water and hasn't had water for, 20 years
Very,
almost. Like,
very few people know that we pay for Israel's health care. So Israelians get free health care and it's paid for by us. That's unbelievable to me.
yeah, that is kind of crazy.
Yeah, I mean, we don't even have health care. And the amount of money we sent Israel, which I don't have anything against Israel, but I don't know why we have so much for Israel. Like, I don't know what you know, but yeah. I mean, if they just took one of those billions that we sent to Ukraine and put it towards homelessness or paying teachers, I mean, $1 billion goes a long way.
Yeah, let's hear the government, and you just spend the shit out of it like over and over
Yeah.
again.
Did you see how Zelensky got caught siphoning money from $400 million with diesel fuel?
Yeah, there was a bunch of those Ukrainian like
Like generals
public
and stuff, yeah.
officials. Yeah.
But it turns out that they were buying it from Russia on the cheap, saying that they were buying it from Pakistan for $400 a gallon. And they were actually buying it from Russia. That's how you know this whole fucking war is a bunch of BS. You know.
Yeah, there's really no like there's no transparency.
No, did you see that where they'd used AI and called Zelensky or called Powell and made Powell think it was Zelensky?
Yeah, I saw that.
God, I mean, and why does Zelensky why are they on terms where they have each other's phone numbers? I mean,
Well, I just thought the whole
it's
thing. I
like,
didn't think that was real. I thought the whole thing was fake.
oh, maybe it was. It probably was actually, but he did end up raising rates.
Yeah, I mean, but the thing is like he's been saying that he's gonna raise rates this whole time. So like it
Well, I thought
makes
he said he weren't going to
no. He's
originally.
Hal's been telling us that he's gonna keep raising rates until inflation's under control for ages now. Just
Oh, I
nobody
thought
has
he
been
had.
paying attention. Everyone just like, well, like they've been pricing in cuts. They've been pricing in cuts in the latter end of this year, like in September, since like March. Like they've been like expecting this last rate hike that was at the last meeting, and then they've been expecting the Fed to pause and start cutting in September. But Powell hasn't been articulating that in any of his statements. He's been saying that he's going to continue to raise rates.
Which is the only, and it just, I don't know, the whole thing just irritates the shit out of me. That we even pay interest on our money to the Federal Reserve for no reason.
We get one tick above that last period, so there's kind of our first cessation of one time framing since the start of the session. Remember, we got mechanical highs pretty much all the way up, so if there is a short covering, like Thomas was talking about, it really could take us all the way back to the open. So just be aware of that if you're short. Like that, most of the pressure down has been short time frame traders here. And surprise, surprise, right? Our SR flip zone, we pull right down to it, hold it as support, launch right off of it. I mean, it's just market profile magic there. I feel like it happens all the time. You got the NASDAQ catching a bid here, the Dow catching a bid here, and the ES catching a bid here, all at the same time. Little reoffer there, that 13 quarter. See that? The mosquitoes are coming out here now. We got about a minute and a half, about 90 seconds until the next period opens up. Well, and unless we get this liquidation from here, it's looking like that we'll probably have a little bit of Brad Prince forming here below us in between this I and J period. Thomas, looks like you were right, my man. You just had to wait for the right time. 42.20, yeah, I would agree with that. It'll be interesting to see like that 23. I think you are right, the 20, but that 23 level is a mechanical level. It was off the halfback at the time, that D high, and so it's prior day halfback, but that's that holiday, so I'm not really paying attention to that. But it was off the halfback at the time, and then D period, forced down, made a new low, and then kind of rebounded, but then ended up holding. So it'll be interesting to see if they are able to reclaim the 20, if they go after that 23, 22 area, kind of a struggle fest earlier in the session. See what we get here. Yeah, and VWAP and VPOC pretty much are at the exact same spot too now. You got VWAP at 21, VPOC at 20 quarter. Pretty much right on the same. Decent offer trying to come in here at this 16. Gonna see it here. You just have a lot of suspect highs, especially B period. Traded right up to the open, got sold off from the open. Mechanical high here. You've got 2 ticks here. The C high is basically right off the close. Another kind of suspect high right there, that KHG highs. Short time frame, and you see that 1750, 1775, a decent offer popped in. So watch that level here. Apple and Microsoft kind of sitting right at their value area high for the session. 42.17, nice. I'm gonna have to go pick up my daughter in about 20 minutes, so hopefully make them move above 20 so I can move my stops up before then. It's kind of chilling. The Dow's actually already back at its VWAP, looking a little bit stronger than the others, and you could see healthcare almost about to go back to positive here. They just need one more little spark of short covering, right? You're seeing the reoffer come in here again, right there at that 1775, but they just need a couple more shorts to kind of capitulate, and then possibly they could get that run up, maybe like. Where's that weak spot earlier? 27? Yeah, the weak spot in B period was 27. Could see them trying to reoffer up there, 27. Oh, I'm reading this really good book right now called Anti-Fragile. If you guys haven't read it, it's pretty good so far. Or if you guys are looking for a new book to read, it's a pretty good read, to be honest with you. Yeah, I think we can go above 20. I like I said, I think that B high is suspect. So 33 above the open. I could honestly see that being the target here. Look for the reoffer at 27 maybe, but if there's no reoffer at 27, I do think that we probably probably pop the open. Look at the breadth too. Back to positive on the nicey.
Where is the breath at? I don't see it on your.
Right here at the top.
Oh,
You get the
right.
advanced decline up here at the top and then the breath. Here.
You know, I watched another Discord live stream, and it was you could enlarge the screen and make the screen a full screen, and it was all clear and everything. On yours, I can't. It's not clear, and I can't zoom it out. I don't know why.
On Discord?
Yeah, on Discord. Yeah, I can't do a full screen for some reason. It's like 3/4 screen.
Hmm.
Kind of sucks. And it's not clear. It's not. It's you know.
Thomas said you can do it on here. There's a pop out button.
It's not. I've tried a zillion times. There's no way to get rid of the icons at the bottom. But this other guy's Discord did have that, so I don't know. You can exit full screen. Grid box.
U.S. Democrat leader Jeffrey's House Democrats will do their part to win passage of debt limit. That might have been why. Democrat leader Jeffrey's House Democrats will do their part to win passage of debt limit. What's going on? That might have been why. Democrat leader Jeffrey's House. Squeaks, I think you're part to win passage. Been why. That might have been why. Democrat leader Jeffrey's House. Squeaks, I think you're. No worries. Yeah, I was on the loop. Yeah, it was crazy. Yeah, look to see if there's that test of this, like, so here. 15. Right, but I'm gonna have to head out. Gotta go pick up my daughter. I should be back before the market closes, and then we wrap this thing up and get into what we think maybe for tomorrow. Yeah, I'll be back.
All right, later.
I'm back. Miss anything? Not really.
Oh, it looks like the market moved pretty good while it was.
Looks that way.
What's that?
You weren't here either? Oh, I said the market looks like it moved pretty good while I was gone. Moved up and
Yeah,
down.
I was gone as well. I actually just got
Oh,
back.
you were, Steve?
Yeah, we got a pretty nice move down and then found some buyers right around 4,200. Actually, on
It looks like it ripped up off of 4,200. Huh?
my daughter got student of the month.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah? Well, that's good. What grade is she in? Sixth? Fifth? Sixth?
Fifth.
Fifth? Yeah.
Yeah. See how this closes and then do a little wrap up here. Looking like it's, pretty kind of easy to see where the supply is coming in here, like 20-ish level, 22 to 20. We do still have some suspect levels above, right? This B high is kind of suspect selling off right from the open. You have this E and K level here that's still fairly suspect as well. M low for the time being is temporarily mechanical, but kind of see how that plays out. On a bigger scale, right? We do pretty much get a balanced profile today. Was shaping up like a B. We got a little bit more liquidation, right? We kind of B shape going on here. Got a little bit more liquidation, put in some good excess, and then reverted back to the mean after couldn't find any supply underneath of that 4205. And that's going to be kind of the key level. You can see here it's that same level. Right, the VPOC I think is up here just because of end period on Friday. A lot of people closing positions, but really the volume point of control is here. Time point of control was pretty much here as well. But we get kind of accepted above this level, this 4205 level. So far today, we overlapping, value to higher, right? Overlapping higher, and I would say that there's still definitely trapped shorts. When we zoom out, this is that last Tuesday we were talking about when that COT report came out, right? We didn't quite get down to that low, not the best straight line there. Didn't quite get down there. And so we can assume that there's still some trap shorts from this period. Didn't quite get down into these single prints. So pretty much guaranteed there's still some trap shorts. Tomorrow's T2. Typically, these hedge funds can't really hold positions past like a 2-day period. They get a lot of margin calls unless they're in the money. So maybe some short covering during the Globex session if we don't see any significant downside. Overall, still looking pretty decent for the upside. Case for the downside would be if they're able to kind of gap us down in the Globex session, maybe open up the market down here below that 4190. Right, I think that would give some pressure on the longs and give the downside some opportunity, and they would most likely, because they're creatures of habit, probably just start selling more here to try to push the market lower, because that's what people do, is they're price addicted. Like, oh, price went down, it's going to keep going down, so I'm just going to sell more. That's typically how that the money tends to think. If we take a little peek here around the block, we can see for the most part there was really not much change in a lot of the equities today, right? Apple pretty much traded sideways all day. AMD traded lower initially and then traded sideways. Amazon, the same thing, pretty much traded sideways. Google, lower and then sideways. Meta, lower. Pretty much actually, Meta traded lower. Microsoft, pretty sideways here today. Netflix, pretty sideways as well. Nvidia, really tight range to the side here. And then Tesla, also pretty much just trading sideways. You could see for the most part we're getting, Apple's closing green, very very thin margin. Tesla closing green, but pretty much everything closing in the red from its open. We do get some green closes from Friday's close, right? A lot of gaps that just got filled and then found buyers in the previous day's range. Looks like we're getting a little bit of a liquidation here into the close, down a little. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Just looking at the news, McConnell says the Senate should pass the debt limit. But yeah, that's pretty much it. I think we'll just wrap it up here, guys. We've got about a couple minutes until the close, 4 minutes until the close. No reason to try to get into anything too crazy this late in the day. Got a decent offer showing up at the 14,400 lots right as we come into the close.
Good night, guys. See you, Brad. Thanks.
Yep. See you tomorrow. Have a good day.
Later, Roach. Later, Brad. Thanks.
If you guys are going to trade
Yeah,
overnight,
yeah.
just remember that there's some Chinese PMI data coming out overnight. So just be careful of that timing. Definitely check the time for that, just in case you're in a trade during that time. Other than that, make sure you guys are managing risk and sticking to your trade plan. And I will see you guys tomorrow.